Hello everyone. Sorry about the delay. I was just wanting to set a few extra things up for us. So that way we are all ready to go. I did a little bit of shopping today, so I was also a little bit busier. I need to put this on my shoulder, and I have to turn my face tracking on because I'm a VTuber. I hope everyone is having a wonderful Friday. I'm excited for today. Folks, hi Karen! How are you doing? Hi, happy Friday. TGIF, am I right? But welcome on in. Today we are doing our charity, the part 1 of our charity live stream. For those of you guys who don't know, Stack Up is an amazing organization that supports our U.S. troops and all those that are associated with the U.S. or U.S. buddies, and also supports a big factor of mental health. Mental health. Let me make sure I'm all set up here. I have to do a quick thing in the background, really quick, but you guys can hang out with me while I do that. Hi everyone. I'm going to be moving. That, and then we have Rex here today, sitting on my shoulder. I think he's attached to my hair though. My shoulder, buddy. There we go. Now he's on my shoulder. Alright, I have to upload a few videos really quick, because it is Friday, and every day we do need to upload stuff. And then we will be watching a video. 99. It's also the weekend, so I'm improving. Yeah, you're so close. One more check-in. Tomorrow you can check in because we're streaming tomorrow as well, and you'll have your 200. Hi, BB. Hi, V. If anybody is curious about the charity or anything like that, feel free to do !charity and !stack up to learn more about the organization and to get the link, the quick link to the charity. I'm eating oatmeal because I need to eat oatmeal because I'm afraid that if you guys donate, I'm gonna blow it out of the water and then I'm just gonna be high as fuck for the whole day. So I'll make sure I'm eating good food. Alright, let me just get this episode out. I believe it's the Inkobini one is today's. It is. Okay, cool. Supposed to that we get the TikTok one out. The Stackosaurus on your shoulder. It is. Hi, Miss E. Hi. Hi. We're doing a little bit of worky stuff really quick before we get into playing Cult of the Lamb, but I'm excited nonetheless to play. Thank you so much. If you guys could give a big maincoow salute for Miss E to thank them for letting us host this event for them. And the biggest thing that we want, you know, is just to share the word. Rexy looks so hecka cute. I know. I saw it in the VTuber props, and I was like, oh, I need it. Of course. I feel super honored that you guys reached out to me and I'm able to do something so fun. But yes, we will get into it shortly. I'm just gonna prep this video really quick. And prep the video, and then we will I will play a short video for you guys about the organization. So I hope you will pay attention, and then we'll get into it, and you guys can be fun little Cult of the Lamb babies. And I'm oh my goodness, thank you for your donation, Kieran. That was so far down there, but thank you so much for the 20. Thank you. If you want, I know you are in my Discord server. If you want to @ me, or if you prefer to DM me, whatever you would like for your emote, because for those of you who may not remember, I am giving away salute emotes. So if you would like me to make it of your cat, of you, just let me know, give me a reference pic, and I'm happy to do that for you. We do have this in our BRB screen, but I will show it again here, because that is important. It's important here. I hope you will pay attention. The best is about to say I will be lurking and reading manga while dying from spicy food. No, that's valid. Don't die too much, though. We need you around. I don't remember where I literally just had it. Oh, it's like we're in the, okay, wait. My brain is, oh, it's not here. It's in Twitch promos. It's in Twitch promos. You know, the thing, the promoing of the Twitch. I shall DM you. Sounds great. If it doesn't work, you could just friend request me and then I'll add ya. I'll add ya. Alright. Yep. Everyone that donates, no matter what the amount is, we'll get a salute email and I owe you two hits. 2 hits! Alright, let me just make sure this is all set. That's all set to go. I'm just going to repost this really quick on the socials. Boop.
Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god.
That's wild. That's the first thing that you have to say today? That's the first thing that you have to say today? Could we can we do money for the charity? Money for the charity? Money for the charity instead? Sweats nervously. Alrighty. Alright, let me finish up this oatmeal while I play this video for you guys. I think it should work out good because we have VLC player now.
Here you go. Get out of here with your burrito nonsense.
Wait, hold on. How do I hide the video? Always fit window, zoom, playback, custom bookmarks, right? Oh. They don't mean the same thing? Good point. Hold on, VLC player, hide video title, because I don't like it being there. Tools, preferences. Okay, tools. The preferences. Hello, Quetzal. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful
Skulls
Friday.
for the skull throne. maincoow Dora.
Dora, my. I like that. It's Dorime, but that makes sense. Show all the advanced settings. Where is the advanced settings? Wait, where was it? The preferences, click all to show advanced preferences. I'll just look at the video really quick. Preferences. Oh, okay. Oh my god, is that Charity Crusader Elaine? It is! Hello, Buffy! Happy Friday! What's on the itinerary? Raising money for charity! I went too hard, but yes, raising money for charity and Cult of the Lamb. So if you want to join our cult, it'll be, but like I said before, it's a good cause. It is.
Cult.
Should I be worried about you? Do I need to be worried about you? Is the thing where I need to be worried about you? We're never gonna get asked to do another thing. Yeah. Okay, what is it? Say changes. Disable show media title. Show media title on video. Save. Okie dokie. So here is the intro video that I'd like you guys to pay attention to if you can. And stuff. Hello, Coin with a K. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for hanging out. But here is the video for you guys.
Here you go. Get out of here with your burrito nonsense. I can't do it. I can't. What? Johnson, we're coming with that huge donation. John, that puts us over $1,000, and you know what that means. We're sending a supply crate out to the troops.
Supply crates are boxes full of games and a console sent out to U.S. and allied active duty troops and deserving veterans all over the world. Just one of the ways Stack Up helps fight veteran suicide by promoting positive mental health through gaming.
If you'd like to know more, visit stackup.org.
That was a Comcast commercial. Just saying. That was a that was an actual commercial that was aired on TV, which is cool as heck. Cool as hecky, guys. Can we get Subway Surf so I can pay attention? What do you mean? No. It was a short-ass video, man. So what's the charity? The charity is Stack Up. Stack Up is a wonderful organization that supports our troops and our troops that are organized with with aligned with the US, along with being a big advocate for mental health. Big advocate for mental health. If you'd like to learn more, please click the links, or if you want to donate, do !charity. What's with the with the dino? Yeah, that's their mascot, Rex. He's gonna hang out with us and watch over us as we sacrifice for charity, sacrifice for a good cause. Too many dips. Nearly scroll to another. You can't scroll. This is Twitch. You can't scroll. This is Twitch. And that was a very short ad, to be fair. I'm gonna change up my hair really quick just because I want to. And I will load up the game. Let me play the music again. Making sure this is not too far up so we can hear the game sounds. Next stream. Alright, that's funny, we got a Warhammer. There's a Warhammer thing going on right now. Alright, let me open the game, called the Lamb, play. And then let me plug in my controller without unplugging my keyboard. But I'm very excited. The extension should work. I'll have to set it up in the game. I probably will be skipping the first cutscene. Oh my god, Zodi! Thank you so much for your donation! Thank you! The thing didn't update. I need to take multiple shots. Wait, how many shots are we on? Hold on. Hold, please. Hold on. Hold your stations. I have to check. What? I was logged in literally 5 seconds ago. What is happening? Oh my god, Hondo! Oh my god! Holy shit! Okay. Well, shit. Sorry, what the fuck, dude? So I'm gonna a W. Thank you, Zodi. Thank you. Holy shit. Hell yeah. Okay, so I'm here for it. Thank you, Zodi. It means a fuck ton, my guy. Zodi is wonderful. If you haven't checked them out, please do. They're a wonderful mod in our community. Sorry, I got quiet. So I am not a smoker. I do not own a hey, listen, I in this economy, and I spoke with the charity, and it's like a lot. Holy shit. Wait, why does it say BLT? Chat, what are you doing? Chat, what is happening? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. I can't, how am I supposed to see? Oh my goodness, okay. I'm so happy. I love the comment. BLT wants chaos, that's why. He wants us to have a really good cult. So, I don't smoke, but what I do have is tinctures. I have weed tinctures, and I made myself a nice drink. So my plan, it was to take shots. Now, obviously, you guys blew this out of the water. He's pocket money, I know, right? So you guys are amazing, and I love you guys so much. Thank you guys for honestly already starting us. I haven't even loaded the game yet. But I did get the DLC, so we'll be able to have all the culty stuff. We will be sacrificing. We will be eating the peoples. No one goes to waste here at the Milk Club. Oh my god! Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kiwi, for the dono. Thank you. We're gonna have a high tea with Elaine. Yes, it's essentially like high tea. So I'm gonna be chugging a little bit of this, but I will be pacing myself. I have plenty of snacks. I ate a healthy breakfast, so we are good to play and hang out, and we're gonna have a wonderful time, and I'm already so hyped. Thank you guys again so much for donating. It means a fuck ton to me. And everyone that is entered in, you'll be able to you'll be in the Logitech giveaway. And if I win it, because since we raised over $50, I'll be in it as well. But if I happen to win it, I'll be giving it to one of you guys. And don't worry about shipping, that is already covered by Logitech. So heck yeah. All right, I'm gonna get to chugging really quick. And I was quiet for a second because I saw the tincture kind of separated with the drink, and I saw it on top of the drink, and I was like, huh? I've never done this before. I've taken edibles. I've smoked weed before. Like, not out of a ball, but I have smoked weed. But it's dying, so I'm going to skedaddle, but have a great stream lane and chat. Send the goal to Elaine to the stratosphere. Thank you so much, Quetza. Have a great rest of your day, and don't forget to charge your phone, and don't forget to recharge yourself. All right, so I'm going to start chugging a little bit. That's interesting. Because it's minty. So, okay, I'm done eating spicy food. Now I'm dying. Understandable, understandable. How do I do the Twitch thing? How do I do the Twitch thing? But it's a mint. It tastes minty, and we have advanced GG in it, and it's very interesting. How do I new save? I think I have to start it, right? I'm pretty sure I have to start it. In the night to come and grab you. Oh my god, Boofers, thank you so much for your donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chug. Okay, all right, I'm going. I'll chug for this whole sequence. I got a brain freeze. Oh, I got a brain freeze. Oh my god. Alrighty, let's go. We're getting sacrificed. Can I skip this? But hopefully we'll get far in this game. Oh, I don't have my controller. Hopefully we'll get kind of far in this game because we are playing it for D-Day. No, I slept a lot. I got good exercise today, so that way I'd have more energy for today. We got this. I will be chugging a bit. Huh? I like chocolate milk. I do wish you could skip the cutscene. Oh wait, here we go. Twitch. Connect with Twitch. Is it? Oh, okay. Connect my game. Authorize. We'd make her sleepy. I don't know. I will be honest. I do not know. I think this should be good. Yeah, it's all good. Okay. I do not know how. Help or hindrance. Oh, I want it 20 minutes. Help or hinder. To Twitch follower names. Enable Twitch messages. Okay. I do not know how what type of weed this is. Okay, so we got the updates. All right, cool. And then we got all the updates. Hi, Wacky. What's up, bro? All right, can we skip this cutscene? Is that possible? Can I skip the cutscene? How's it going? Hi, Wacky. I hope you're having a wonderful Friday. All right. While he talks to us, don't worry. I'll keep chugging. Alright. Give us the crown, Skyrim ass cutscene. Can you not skip Skyrim cutscenes? I bet that's like what do you call it? Going well, just playing Minecraft with a gorgeous ghost. That's cute. You guys are cute. I ship it. Alrighty. Heck yeah. Alrighty. Oh, right. We have to kill them. None of their bones will go to waste. Nothing will go to waste at the Milk Club. Destroy all of their bones. All of the bones. Oh, my brain. Get out of here. Blood for the charity cause. I'm ready for her no-hit permadeath run, dude. That's crazy. Take everything. I don't know if we need... I'm gonna pause the music because I don't know if we need it. Oh, we could do... You know what we could do? Let's do... Until you get hit or die, that's what it is. No! 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 I want to play gaming music. I just kind of want, like, no word music. What am I thinking about? I'm thinking about I'm thinking of something and I can't remember what they're called. Oh my gosh. Is this? No, this one has words in it. Let's just do lo-fi music then. Cause I don't think background music is bad. I want playlist. This one. Alrighty. It's so quiet though. I don't know. Maybe we'll just keep it off for now. This one. Oh my god, I can't wait to play Knucklebones. Ooh, I'm so good at Knucklebones, chat. Get at it. Oh. See, I would have gotten... See, I got hit. What, you want me to die? Lurk, making some food to sustain over... It's laying closer to the camera than usual. I am. Press this to open the inventory. Okay, I got coin. And I like her early harvest stuff. I don't think I can, because we're in the tutorial area. Would you prefer me backed up a little bit? I don't mind if you want me to be smaller on the screen. Just let me know. Ow. I died a coin. I'll go this way. I'll go this way. All shall fall before me and my powers. Hi Vex! Happy Friday. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a great one. Rolling. Get out of here, campfire. Destroy their homes. Ours will be cooler anyway. We love a giant woman here. Valid. I am closer. I thought, since we're just gaming and I'm not really working, you know, today I'm just hanging out, that it would be good. Alright, let's get our follower. I think... Yeah, I've got to save them. Rescue them. I will rescue them! Ow. In the tutorial, don't count, we're in the tutorial, don't count. Get out of here. Especially a certain giant woman. You know, to be honest, when I heard that song from Steven Universe, I really like that song. I think that's like my favorite song from Steven Universe, I'm gonna be honest. Alright. Sorry. Hehe. You have now been rescued. Alright, and then we go here. I don't see any health bars, so according to me, a lane has not been hit. This is valid. I will get hit. I will get hit. There's like no way I will not get hit. Let me, so we don't get too sidetracked from what we're doing. Screen, Epic Gamer. Let's get this to be on Cult of the Lamb. Okay, let's do this. And then that way I can do this. Continue. I will be chugging my drink. Let's do medium. Oh, the wackest. Alright, alrighty. Yeah, I know what to do. Alright, chat. Alright, chatterini. You can, do follower raffle. So you guys can participate and become one of the followers, and it'll be fun and it'll be great, and we can do whatever and do whatever, and we can have a great time. We have a great time. There'll be plenty, so I want everybody to get a chance. So we'll give it a little bit, but you all will get in. I'm sure. I'll hoard. I'll start hoarding them if I have to. We'll end the raffle because I mean you all get a chance. Oh my God, it's Kiwi. It's Kiwi. What are your thingies? You're cynical. You're zealous, but you gain faith. That's cool. Thank you for the check-in, Bext. I like it. You're like a great little beag. Alright, I need you to chop down some wood there, bud. I am alone. The honored one. I alone am the honored one, I believe. Alright, I have to cook stuff. Rigged. No, it's okay. You will all get a chance. Do not worry. Do not worry. I wonder if that still works. We don't even have a totem yet. I'm sure it counts. I'm sure it'll like pre-count it, right? Not, I'm sure I could like refund it. Pick berries. I need to see what characteristics are before we join the raffle. Yeah, I could show them before you pick it. Yeah, if you want. Totally fine with that. Got to get more wood. Wow, Kiwi's ambitious. Look at Kiwi. You chose like the biggest fucking tree. You chose the biggest tree first, my dude. Wanna pop gold shit? Yeah, okay, yeah. You know, if that is a thing we can do. I would like the food area to be like here. Cause I like it when... Oh, wait, I clicked the wrong button. I clicked the wrong button. Okay, so I want the food area to be in the center because I like that a lot. Okay, it's this button. What? That's not the button. What? Bill? I'm prepared for what I must do. That is great. I told you forget to feed. No, I will remember to feed. Place. And build is this button. Okay. I got this, Kiwi. Don't you worry. You keep chopping down that big tree. Now I must cook. Oh wait, I need more berries. I need more berries. Oh, you gave up. Oh, Kiwi gave up on the big tree, and now you want the little tree. That's valid. I'm glad you are tempering your expectations. Cool. Now we gotta build. No, we must go. Wait, don't I have to build a treasure? My hearts are high with how long it took to make a kitchen. Listen! Shush. Shush. I need to make beds, don't I? Don't I need to make you a bed? I guess I can't unlock that yet. Oof. Oof, let me just clean that up. Yep. I don't want... Yep. No one will die on my watch. Alrighty, let us go. Let's go get more followers! Oh, is that the door we're starting? I thought we got a pick. I thought it was like a you get a pick thing. Oh, okay, no, it's a specific amount. Alrighty, let's go. I won't get sick and die. Kiwi falls over and die. Imagine, like, he immediately just goes, what? It's like, oh, no! Oh, one thing I do want to do super quick. I just don't like the color that the, gold tracker is right now, because you cannot read it. You cannot read it. So let me fix that really quick. And I'm just gonna make it black, I think. Oh my god! Kieran, thank you for another donation, I think. I'm pretty sure that just, did that happen? That happened? What's happening? Oh, no, I think it's re-going through them. What's happening? No, it's just re-going through them all because I opened the thing. Okay, got it. I was worried. I was like, what's happening? Okay, sorry. It's deciding to redo all of them. Let's do the text settings. I was like, what? Okay, the black should be better. There we go. Alrighty, we are good now. I mean, hold on. If I scoot it down a little bit, it'll look better. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This one. This is a style, height, width, top, left. Okay. This one. I'm just gonna scoot it down a bit. Save. Oh, scoot it up a little bit more. Save. Yeah, it was bothering me a bit, but I think it's better. Maybe I should make it like a gray though. Sorry. I want it to look nice. I want it to look nice. Okay, that's worse. That's not good. Save. Okay, I think the black was the best probably. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. I don't know why it has a 0 in the beginning. Does it have a 0 in the beginning? Hi, Zoe. Show percentage. Wait. What? Oh, I get it. I get it. All right. Hi, Zoe. How you doing? Did I die when I had to go back to work? No. I don't think so. I think you might have taken a nap. I hope. I don't know. Alright, excuse me if I get a little focused, because now I want to see if I can not get hit. Okay, can we have a thing though, if I fight... Wait, can we get meat from the squirrels? We can. If I perchance get hit by a boss, it doesn't count because it's a boss. Let me just put like that out there, that if I get hit by a boss, it you know, it's a boss. It's a boss. It's a boss, you know? Oh, okay, I got hit. Alright, never mind, it doesn't matter. Oh, I got hit again, no! Okay, well, that challenge is now over. No more stressing about that. Big wumpy fellows. Big ferny fellows. Oh my god, I went shopping today to get some groceries. To kind of prepare myself for stream today. And Oh, that wasn't a boss. Yeah, maybe. I already asked this. I like I went shopping today. I saw the tiniest little baby chipmunk. A card. I wish I had this earlier. That's so me-coded. I'll give it to you. No problem. I want to hit harder. I want to hit harder. Oh goodness. Doesn't go through all the playthroughs that I've done, hasn't it? I think it does. Okay. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. I was saying, I've already forgotten. Gold and health. Oh, I don't know if the tarot cards, like, will go to the next run. I don't think they do. I want to get us more food. We have plenty of other resources, but I wanted to get us more food. Break it? Do you get... Why, you also get grass with it, it looks like. If it matters if... Because, like, you can break it or you can, like, harvest it. 6 and 3? 3 and 1. I don't know. I don't know. This is a mini boss, right? Because you gotta do it, like, a few times, I think, before you get to the actual boss of the door, I think? Ow. Ow. Please. Bam, bam, get out of here. My territory now. Bend the knee or die. Come here. Alright, we're gonna go this way. Oh. Uh-oh. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. No! 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 Let me go! But I am stronger still. Yeah, suck my nut. There's another way this way. It's the Tarot Man. I always pick the Tarot Man, like what I should have picked it first. When attack, temperature 10, negative, receive double. We'll do this one. I like the Shield of Faith. Thank you, Tarot Man. Thank you very much. I bet we're gonna do this first try. Bet. Why only one nut? You okay? You like Lance Armstrong? You only got one nut, and worse, it's tiny due to drugs. I don't have nuts, bro. I have metaphorical nuts. Oh yeah, no, this is the lesser one, right? This is the follower one. Easy. Suck my nut. Well, it didn't have to be attached to my body. Am I singular? Do you want both? I mean, you could have both if you want. I was just being nice and only offering one in case you didn't want a mouthful of both. Yeah. Yep. We have to do this like 4 times. Alright, baby. Suck that dirty walnut I found behind. Exactly, see? Do you want to suck 2 of the dirty walnuts? I don't think so. Continue. Lane only keeps her nuts in her trophy cabinet. Yep. I shine them weekly. They're shiny. I'm back, Kiwi. You're not Kiwi. Wait, where's Kiwi? Kiwi, where are you? I have a gift for you. Why they gotta be dirty? I care for my nuts. Because you don't deserve the other one. Why can't I talk to you? I have a gift. They're dirty and shiny. Okay, follower raffle. Follower raffle. Wait. Well, you guys wanted to see the traits first. Faith, when a follower, you don't like it when people sacrifice. You don't like it when people die. But you gain faith when you get sick. So there's that. Hey Cow, how are you liking the game? If you need any help or tip, I've been playing since the release. I will hold spoilers in the best I can. I appreciate it. I really like this game. I hope to get further into the game because I have it. Like, I'll play it for a stream, and then like I don't tend to play more than that. But I do really enjoy this game. I like games like this a lot. Kind of like Binding of Isaac-esque. I quite like it. I don't even want to tell you guys that this happened. I just found like some oatmeal on my lap. This is a very Stockholm kind of follower. Yeah, very Stockholm kind of follower. What the fuck? Am I good? I'm good. I'm okay. I feel like the combat is very fluid. It's very nice. We're gonna end the raffle so everybody gets a chance. Oh my god, it's Wacky. He a monkey. Oh, you like being sick? I'm a masochist, but welcome on in. Welcome to the cult. I would like you to get stoned, my friend. Golden monkey! You are Sun Wukong. Now let's eat shit. We don't have any poop right now, actually, I don't think. Alright, shrine time. Oh yeah, it does. It already pre-has the stuff you guys already put into it. Poggin. Yes, thank you for the help. Praise be. Here's a new follower. Oh, another one. See, everybody will get a turn. I'm so excited. Oh, let me grab the shiny from this box. I can't grab the shiny from the box yet. Alrighty, who want to be this one? Wait, hold on. Sorry. He on recruiting this follower immediate gain 10 faith. So they don't have a big stat, so if you guys don't want it, I can just randomize them, because they don't really have cool stats. Maybe I could if you guys would prefer, but I fight regardless, so. Oh my gosh. Alright, shit. Okay. Okay, guys. Oh my goodness. Alright. Alrighty. We'll just end that. It's Zodi! Hi, Zodi. This makes sense, honestly. Hello! I can't wait to like, give everybody their blessings. Yes, you will worship. Speak. Oh, I can speak to you now. I want... Oh, I can't... Okay, well, I can go give this gift to Kiwi now. Hello, Kiwi. I have a gift for you. Here is your moon necklace, my boy. Have a great day. Find inspiration a lot. Temple? Oh, yeah, we gotta do the temple so that way we can, have sermons. We have the sermons, and then we don't have any more. I think? Yeah. Now I want to build a temple. We need more stone, but we have enough wood, I think. Blah, blah, blah. I want to put it here. It's gonna take a while, though. We also need to make beds. I like the temple being in the top left, though, so... Yup. Yeah, you know, I want to put it anywhere else. No, I think I'm committing it to be up here, okay. Thank God we don't lose progress. I just realized, like, I could have lost progress for stopping that. Like that wacky just went to this rock instead of helping us with the big rock. You could have totally helped us with this big rock, my guy. Instead wacky's like, to kill a follower, you can kill me. If you want. If you want, I don't mind. There might be a follower that begs for it though. This game is actually pretty cool about keeping your progress on buildings and doing things. Yeah, I like that a lot. Thank you for the contribution, boss. Oh, it's at 13. Okay, 4 out of 13. I was like, what is it at? I'll make you guys some food. I gotta feed y'all. Well, actually, you guys are full on food. I think I could go out and make food. Go out and then come back and make more food. Wacky just walking past us as we're taking out this big old hunk of rock. I'm like, I don't need to help you. You got this. We're getting there. We're getting slowly but surely. We're getting there. Is it moving? Oh my god. Is it getting slower? It's like, no, it's like, it's just 2 hits per one. Wacky! Wacky, help me! Wacky, help me! Wacky, help me with this rock. It's in the way of our temple. It's in the way of our good-named temple. The Milk Club Temple. Come on, man. Ow, ow, wow, that's you're bonking the rock. You want to bonk the rock with me. You're not supposed to. Okay, well, at least you're doing something. We're gonna get so much rock from this, though. We'll be set for a bit, to be fair. We'll get it. We'll get it. It's slowly but surely, you know? Thank you for the check-in, Crystal Camus. Did I say that right? I feel like I didn't say that right. But thank you so much. And thank you for the vibe check. Get it. Get it. Oh, yay! Okay, cool. Can I receive these now? Milk for the milk cow. Yay! Milk for the milk cow. Yippee! Okay, I want it like... I think I like it right there. You're the positive vibe check. I've been having a good day so far. Yeah, me too. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to talk to you. I just wanted to help build. I've got Kiwi coming over to help build. We're working hard. Alright, time to have a sermon. Is this? This is off center. I just realized this is off center. How did I get it to become off center? Alright, sermon time! Sermon time! Form a sermon. Kill me. I don't think we have that unlocked yet, I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so accept. Okay, so the Curse of the Horde or Bane weapon. Oh wait, no, we have to take Heart of the Faithful, right? For like, yeah, we have to take this one first. I think, before we can get the other ones. Yeah, there you go. Okay. You are amazing to behold and naturally I see where you if you're a guide. Doctrines. Yeah, the doctrines are what. Yeah, we don't have to sacrifice Cam and eat you on up. Yeah, everyone that dies. Technically everybody that dies will become food. That is my plan. That slander killed me. You don't like poop, you just like getting sick. You like to get sick. Alright, I think I'm gonna make some food for you guys so that way while I'm gone you'll be okay. We'll save the hearty meat for another time, I think. Yeah, there's 3 of you, so 1, 2, 3. Whenever you guys are hungry. Can I make the beds yet? Is that a thing yet? No, it's not. Okay. Do you not know what corporate No. To be fair, though, I told you what the perks were, you know? I read it beforehand, you know? Ooh, I like this one. Out of here. Fuck out of here. I need these resources for my family. Oh, I was right. I'm glad I found you. I bring good news. The one who waits is pleased with your progress and wishes to grant you a crown ability. A marked interest in... Oh! Hey man, this is what you wanted. Is it time for murder? Yes, it is. Yeah, fervor, and then we collect the fervor. Ha! Alright. I have his bones yet? I want his bones. We gotta go tear off place. Gain an extra temperature to oh yeah, this one. I want this one. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Oh, I forgot that you jump. Yeah, squirrel too. Give me that squirrel meat. What the fuck you want? I hear your lies. Get out of here. I'll beat you first try. Don't even test me, bro. Oh, wow, that was not fair. That was not fair. Money, 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 money. Alright, let's go back up. Oh, what in the fuck, Knuckles, is that? What is that? I don't know what that is. What the fuck? Can I kill it? Oh, it's still following me. Oh, it's gone? Is it gone? Oh my god, that was terrifying. I've never seen one of those before. What the fuck? Sorry, hold on. I'm like leaning back in my chair. So, because I'm leaning back in my chair, my face tracking doesn't like me. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, Chad. Okie dokie. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Rolling, rolling, rolling. I'm gonna get another follower, bro. More followers. It's a chicken! It's a chicken with 2 mouths. I will set you free, chicken. bonk, bonk. Ooh, 2 for 1. Yippee! It's okay, I will save you, and you will join the milk club, and we shall eat the flesh of our brothers, and we will thrive. This way. Should we also do mushrooms? I feel like we should also do mushrooms. Alright, steal. Give me this. Your little squirrel. Your meat is mine. Eat me. I'll do my best. You'll be our first sacrifice. If no one asks to be sacrificed, you will be the first to be sacrificed. Ooh. Oh yeah, these are the fragments, right? I want this one. Oh, they gave me all one? I thought you only got one. Yahoo! You have found enough commandment stones. Oh, these are for the doctrines. Got it. Oh, a bunch of little hearts. Oh, I got healed. That's right. Oh wait, really pop. Ooh. Let me try 2. Let me try 1. Yippee. Alright, let me go back. Let's see. Terror guy. Well, we get damages everything on screen when hit. Overall weapon. I want this one. Cause if I get the other one, I worry that I'll rely on like getting hit to clear rooms that I don't want to deal with, which is a strat, yes, but I think I'll become too reliant on hoping that that'll fix my problem that I probably won't pay attention to my health. Come here. There was nothing! Nothing! Oh, wait, the spiders give meat? Wait, the spiders give meat? Must not be a lot of meat. Like proportionally, like if you think about it. But I'm not mad. I need meat for my babies. Y'all are my babies, and y'all need some meat. I'll get some meat on those bones. Skull will grid for father will live a naturally long life. Okay. Alright. Spooders. Spooders and I'm sorry, little chipmunk. I'm sorry, little squirrel. I had to do it. Alright, boss time. Ooh, I'll get 2. Oh shit. One second. Steal. Get on out here. Yeah. Oh, more spiders? Okay, I've never had just a box of spiders before. And like 2 in a row is very interesting. Nothing again. It scares me. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Okay, Terra guy. I've never played this game. It's really fun. It's really fun, honestly. I should play it more like just on my own, but I don't. This poison damage to enemies with stroke consumes less fervor. I want to do poison damage. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, get poisoned. Get poisoned. I said get poisoned! What's this? Ooh, Flaming Shot 3. Okay. It really wants me to use a flame. I just keep forgetting. I'll use it against the boss. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. Oh. I like that the bosses mimic a lot of the enemies in here. I like that quite a lot. Oh, I was trying to do the ability and I didn't have the fervor. Oh. Oh. No! 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 do you mean my hubris has fucked me? What do you mean? Hold on. No! No, I can't die already! Well, I'll be saying that guy often. Bobby the timing shit. You didn't see anything! Wait, did we get to keep our other followers, or did we lose our followers? No hit? What about one shot? No. No. I've gotten hit like 5 times already. Alright, so this one does not like to get sick. Ignores, dissenters. And likes to cause mischief. This one might be Boffy. This one might be Boffy, but here you go. Here you go! Honestly, this could be anybody in chat. On God. Any of you in chat, I could see this thing. I went to fix my chair and I leaned it back by accident. It scared the shit out of me. I have to pop my Rizzo. They don't want to pop. That's me. That could be any of you, to be honest. And Raffle. It was Bobby. That's crazy. I called it. I'm not a jerk. I don't think that's jerk behavior. I'm be honest. That's not jerk behavior. Just go outside, ignores the haters, and is chaotic. I don't like being mean. No, that's not being mean. Not in my mind. Go get that wood, son. Go get that wood. Oh, collect. Yeah. Okay. So I want to get the sleeping bags. Sleeping bags, sleeping bags, sleeping bags for my babies. All right. What's this? Body pits. Okay. Got that wood. You see my extra long nose. Yeah, you know what that means. Very dead followers in a simple pit avoids rotting corpses. I'd probably rather do the farm plot next. Let's do our next one now. Alright, let's make some beds. I want the beds to start over here. I think we have 4 followers. We'll make extra. We'll make extra. Oh, Bobby's coming. Bobby's like, I want my bed now. I want my bed now. It's valid. Aw, Kiwi tested out their bed. That's so cute. I think everyone's like assigning themselves to their beds. Aww. Yippee! That's so cute. Okay, looks like we're good on food. Can I give you your blessings yet? Okay. Hi, Pancake! Hi! How you doing? Alright, can we do a sermon? Because it's a new day. Alright. Yeah, that's a multiplayer thing, right? We don't have any of these yet. What is this? Fleece of the Heretics, an ignoble guard worn by the most unholy of heretics. Fleece of the Natural, bro. What the fuck? Fleece of the Silken Touch. Whoa! Oh my God! Pancake, thank you for the donation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, that means so much, guys. Thank you. I'll be sure to draw you your salute emote, cause I should start making a list actually. Let me make a list so I can make sure I follow up with people tomorrow. Okay, so let's see, we'll do them in order. So it's salute emotes. Let's do it's Kieran and then Zodi. BLT, yes, BLT will get one. And when I make BLTs, I'll replace mine with BLTs. So we'll make it maincoow salute, but it'll be BLT. And then Kiwi, and then Boofers, and then I believe Pancake. Okay. Alrighty, I don't know which one I want to wear. I really like this one, but this one kind of goes with our aesthetic better, but also there's a natural one. Got done with the hospital. I'm eating food right now. Understandable. Look. Okay, now I look. Hold on. I look naked. I can end the diet. Yay! Oh my God. I'm so happy for you. Yes, queen. I have no bonuses. I don't really care. I just want to... I just kind of want to wear one. I think I like this one a lot. Yeah, that one's cool. Okay. Let's get a doctrine. We're taking chaos. I got a burger. Oh my god, that sounds so good. Hi, Sunny. Hi. The cult's going good. Bonfire ritual. Oh, we only get this one first? Good, we just started, but we're going strong. For every doctrine we get, I'm gonna do my best to pick the most chaotic one, is my plan. We need bones. Alright, and now we will do a sermon. Snacking on pizza pretzels. I was snacking. Oh, pancake. I'm so glad that you were able to get you some tasty, tasty foods. Okay, curse of the 3 new courses will appear on your crusades. Or bone weapons have a chance of poisoning enemies when attacking. They will appear on your crusades. I guess I'll do this one. I don't think I've done this one. I think I usually do the other one. So, oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that it was good. Yippee. And then, I don't think we have enough for the rituals, right? Yeah, we don't have enough bones because I haven't been collecting bones yet. Preaching sermons, performing rituals, and providing for the needs of your follower will keep their faith high. The bones of your enemies are required for such rituals. Destroy their skeletons for bones. Okay, yeah. Yep. Got a lyric? No problem, Pancake. Thank you again so much for the donation. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. What's up, Kiwi? Yuck, this place is gross. If you don't click. Oh no, are you guys shitting? Are you guys shitting? Uh-oh. Where are you guys shitting? Oh my god, where are you guys? Oh, there it is. I found it. Oh my god. Freaking me out. Yippee! They eating, they shitting. I know! I didn't see it when I came home. Okay, I would like to do... Oh my god, Rhino, thank you so much for the donation! Thank you! Let me write you down on the list. I'll write you down on the list. I will make you your salute emote. Okay. We're gonna unlock farm plots. Now, what is this one? This is the farming bundle. This is so that you can... Yeah, it's so you can... Okay. Thank you so much. Alright, so it is... I think it's in here somewhere? Yeah, here. I don't have enough gold? Frick. Okay. Imagine not thinking you would hit your target doubling it. Listen, shut the fuck up, man. Listen, in this economy, you know, and like, I feel like I didn't hype it up all that much, so I kind of felt bad. How many followers do you have? 4? So, you know, in this economy, you know, I get it. You know, so I'm just, I really appreciate it, guys. I really do. Thank you so much. Mwah. Alright, time to, we have to go, okay, kill Leshy, go get clean poop. Okay, where's the other poop? Hold on. Where's the other poop? Where's the other poop? Where's the poop? Is there another poop around here? Where's the poop? Who pooped and who? Oh, there it is. Oh, in this corner. Someone was embarrassed. I think I'd rather you guys just poop over here. Just poop over here, you know? Can I give... It's probably, I think it's after we do our first ritual is when we get to... Who pooped? Somebody pooped. But it's okay. It's good that you poop. It's better out than holding it in, you know? As Shrek always says, better out than in. Alrighty. Trader's Razor, a fast blade designed for many cuts, low damage, but lightning quick. Okay. And then Hounds of Fate, shoot multiple dragons. I love this one! This one is actually, that one's my favorite one. That's my favorite ability to have. It's like magic missile. Magic missile. Get away from me. Get away from me. What's this? A candle on a stone. Oh my god, that would look so cute at the entrance. We're so getting those. Stabby time! Stabby, stabby. Stabby, stabby. It actually isn't a bad, like, weapon, actually. I quite like the speed of it. You ain't getting leaves yet? bone for the bone pile. Skulls for the skull throne. It's this way. This is the tarot time. Donate. What will we have? Reveal the map, increases chances to spawn better. This one. I want that one. I want better loot. I want better loot. Give me your bones. What's this? Vitality follower will increase movement speed. Who wants movement speed? I'm holding on to the long-lasting life one for whoever I get married to first. New card. Ooh! Yippee, more health. What? Is that like a temporary thing? Is that why it didn't stack on the other heart? Let's go to the follower shop. Little bird baby. I want it. Give me. I save you, baby. I don't know what you are. I think you're a flamingo? It's a bird because it's got the side beak, but I think it's a flamingo. Alright, bye, Helob. What's this one? I don't know what that symbol means. I'm playing Voidling Bound demo. Whoa, what's that? What's that? What's that? Send me a link to it. I want to play it. I want to try it out. It sounds cool. Ooh, a horse! I think. It looked like a horse. Get away, get away, yeah, go away. Yeah, go the fuck away. Give me bones or give me death. I can sacrifice something. Wacky, I guess. Don't stop! I'm so upset that it didn't kill the bat like that. That's crazy. Oh, I love that flooring. That's like one of my favorite floorings. Oh my god, I can't believe that's the first one it gave to us. It's actually really cool. Oh, double healing. Double healing. Very nice. Thank you, Rhino. Step forward, beast. You have a better fast sword. Give me better fast sword. Damage 1.4, speed 2. And then I want to recycle. Fireball. I like magic missile better than fireball. Alright, let's go this way. They have a river in this now? Dude, this game. I like this game. I like the art style of this game a lot. Better one? Oh, it's not better. Guess I'll just take this. Wait, do we have music? There's no... Oh, wait. There's music from... Oh, wait, what? Oh! Okay. No, we're good. I understand. Yeah, there's no song in mixtape. Yep. Curses consume. Okay, cool. That's actually really nice because the hound one I actually quite use. I like using it a lot. Right. Steal this. Let's go down here. We're on the last one of this one, I think. I forgot the button. I forgot the button. I forgot the button. Oh, I forgot that it was just fight him. Just fight him. Just fight him. I was gonna use the fervor, but I forgot the button already. take this one and recycle it. Do song requests have to be Spotify or YouTube? They have to be Spotify. They must be Spotify. Oh, chop? It's not chopping it. Hello? My controller's like vibrating. Ooh, I got one of those red hearts. Will you give me bones? I recycled the wrong weapon! Oh, it doesn't say. You're right. I should put that in there. You should. Can you DM that to me, Pixel, so I can remember to add that in there? What says on the redeem? Oh, okay. I mean, you just realized I did, but it's fine. It's like it's fine. It's fine. What button is it? I forgot what button the thing is. How do I do the special ability? It's fine, Pouty. Miles. Guys, I forgot how to do the thing. I'm on controller. Wait, hold on. Oh, X. Hold on. Return to cult, interact with plays, dialogue, cancel menu. Release curse. It's the triangle button. It's not working. Why is my triangle button not working? I have the fervor for it. Ow. I'm going to die because I traded the weapon. I'm used to being. No! Oh, I did it! How did I do it? Oh my god! I don't know how I did it, but I did it to chat to be proud of me. Yes, okay. I got you. Think. Let me know if the sound levels are okay. That's cute. There we go. No clue what the fervor code. Yeah, it should have been the triangle button. It just wasn't working. Hi, God. I won't. Not the only one I was thinking of, but a great song considering the charity you're raising funds for right now. Hell yeah, thank you. Thank you for the song request. Hi, Mr. Kamisama. Oh my god. At the entrance, guys. At the entrance. Hello, Zodi. What's up? What's up, Wacky? Great leader, the cult is growing by day. It is time you gave it a name. Oh. How do I do that? Oh. Okay. Cool. Thanks, Wacky. Milk cult. Oh! Oh, wait, that's a good idea. Hold on, wait. I can change it, right? I can change it in the book. It says I could change it in the book, right? Wait, how do I change it? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Let's do a sermon. Yes, we grow in our faith. Nectar of the teat. Alright, bonfire time. Yeah, okay. Instructing followers as well and good, but there is so much more you can take from them. Give them gifts, complete quests, and perform blessings, and you'll increase their loyalty. Once they're totally loyal, they get everything they own. Your follower, come back in here. It's Kiwi! Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some normal water. Okay. Yep, makes sense. Old and weary. Yeah, I think the most I've unlocked in this game is like, I think to the fishing village, I think? I don't really know. They've added so much to this game. Sodi, why aren't you sleeping in your bed? What the fuck? Do we not have enough beds? What's happening? Alright, new follow. Oh wait, hold on. You don't like getting sick. You'll lose faith if you get sick. You're polyamorous, but you heal slower when you are sick. So maybe a weak little bab. I quite literally sleep on the floor. But we made you a bed, bro. We made you a bed to sleep in. You don't have to sleep on the floor. Made you a perfectly comfortable bed to sleep in. Alright, we'll end it. It's Rhino! Oh. You get sick and then you just don't get sick. This is true. I would like you to worship, I think. I'm not sleeping with all the cult members. I am poly. Oh yeah, we have another one. I forgot we have two. This one's so cute. Valfar is cute. I quite like Valfar. Wait, sorry, I keep forgetting. Okay, so ignores dissenters, so he doesn't listen to nobody, but they heal slower. So just like it's similar to Rhino, but just you don't lose faith when people get sick. So my hand's cold. Hands are cold. Hands are cold. Alrighty. Who will it be? Crystal! I find it funny that my follower did what I do. It seems like it. I like the colors you picked, Crystal. These are very nice. They're fun colors. You will... Okay, wait. I'm gonna have you worship. I'm gonna go tell Rhino. Rhino, I need you to wake up. I'm gonna have him... I'm gonna have Rhino mine. Okay, we need more beds. How many beds we got? Not enough. Okay, cool. Someone can sleep here, and I will go build that bed. Off, kitty. I like it. Very cute. Go. Now everybody has a bed. Go to bed. What is up? Wow, you did it. Truly, you were without flaw. I am grateful, leader. Or grateful, great leader. Wow, damn, that was a lot. I need to make more food. Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. Happy kitty, silly kitty, purr, purr, purr. I sung that once when I was really tired. To Pixels, and he kind of stared at me like, what? Alright, we need to start making... how many of there are you? 6? Let's get some more berries. I need to start making, like, plots for food. There's a poop here. There's a poopy here. There's also another one somewhere, but I will get to that in a minute. We need a little bit more. So I think I got the words wrong for the end, but 'tis been years, so don't shoot me. No, you're fine. I mean, I don't know if I got them right either. I just sing what sounds good in my head. Should be enough berries, I think. 2 of these, 2 of these, and 2 of these. Everybody has food. Where's Rhino? I need to talk to him. I need to talk. Can you finish eating so I can... Ooh, oh, gee. Don't poop near the food court! I can't wait either. It's a work-related thing. I want you to go to the mines. I want you to work at the mines, because, I think that is your calling. We need to make this. I got this, guys. Don't you worry. I got this. Yes, yeah, I got this. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. No, I wanted to finish it before Wacky got here. I wonder if the watering can gets upgraded. I don't think it does, but it could. Gather up the other berries as well. I gotta go poop hunting. Where's all the poop? Where's all the poop? Where are you guys pooping? There's another poop around here somewhere. Where are you guys pooping? Fuck it, I was worried it was behind the temple. I think there's one more. Where are you guys pooping? There it is. The building has an option to rearrange buildings. Oh, is there? Oh yeah, edit buildings. Oh cool, because I want to edit move. I want it to be centered. That's fine. I just want to be centered with the altar. Okay, cool. I like clear this out. Let's... How far along is this? Okay, that's gonna take forever. I don't want to do it anymore. Nice. Okay, let's get this one, and then I'll make some of you farmers. We might have enough stuff. I actually don't know if we will. Cult 2. Upgrade the temple shrine, collect more devotion, and allow more followers to pray. Cool. I want to make... We don't have enough wood. Put seeds here for your followers to sow. Okay, we need more wood, so I guess I will cut down another tree, actually. Let's cut down this tree. Oh, rhino pooped. Okay, well, I'll be there in a second. I do like, though, that when you pick up your followers' poop, like, the better the broom that you have to clean becomes. I think that's cool. Okay, everyone's pooping. It's poopy time. Okay, okay. Okay, remember, guys, I would prefer... Woo, boss let us out early. I did. Remember, guys, there's a poop corner. I'd prefer it if we poop in the poop corner. Can I do the thingies now? No. Yeah, I can. Okay. Okay, hold on, Crystal. Oh, you both got it. Oh yeah, I forgot. If you do it in like a little clump, multiple people can get it. Alright, did you wanna talk to me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought you wanted to talk to me. I'm so sorry. Crystal, do you know if I can check if there is a way to know if everybody got their prayers or not, like their blessings? Because I like making sure everybody gets their blessings. Wait, why are you... Something the matter? I would like to talk to you and give you a blessing. To give you prayer. Oh. And you have ascended, my boy. I give everybody their blessings. I think I did. Can I check? Hold. It doesn't say if I gave it to everybody. I think I did. I think I did. Give a gift. Be fast, Crystal. Hi, Gabo. How are you? Okay, do you have wood yet? So I want to make this. Yes, we do. Okay. So let's do it like I have to move it. I'm fast as fuck, boy. Yes, you are. Oh, I have to do it this way. Edit. Taking a second. Make the Poopenhausen. I haven't unlocked that yet. The Poopenhausen is like level 2, I think. I will check. I'll check. Let me check. I think the Poopenhausen is where is it? Tabernacle. It is it level 3? Poopenhausen. 2 shrines. Oh, it's right here. No, wait, this is generator station 1. Yeah, so it's level 3, I think. Yeah, and then we get the outhouse. So no Poopenhausen yet. I got that. Kiwi. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I wanna. We must get the Poopenhausen unlocked. We will. Don't worry. I'll go back out there and I'll do the do. Ooh, I did it. What did you do? Does this need to be in here? I presume so. Never thought it would be so hard to redeem. That's valid. Is that all the stuff I have? I don't have any more. Oh, okay. I don't have any more grass. I can't. Croissant. Croissant. Washing me in my clothes. Washing me in my clothes. Alright, Kiwi, you got this. I just want to help. I want to help build. Let me help build. Quite popular, baby. I don't know what that means, but thank you. I like being liked. Plants. Berry. Water. Alright, time to go. Gotta go. Time to travel. All right, so we gotta go to the Lonely Shack. Yeah, I unlocked the mushroom area as well, but I think that's like the only thing. I think there was like a 4th area that I haven't unlocked. Everyone hits the redeem for contributing to the that is. Oh, I see. That's valid. That's valid. There's a gift. A big gift. Big gift. Revinados, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, my friend. I hope you have a wonderful day. You guys want to play Knucklebones? You guys want to play some Knucklebones? I don't know how to play. I don't know how this works. Everyone hits the redeem. Yeah, that's valid. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. This is like delayed, isn't it? I didn't vote. Last time I kicked your ass. I'll kick your ass. I bet I'm gonna kick your ass now. Fuck you, I'll kick your ass. I think you guys just vote on where to put it, I think. I don't actually know how it works. Don't. Stop, don't. Fuck you. I'm not rolling high, guys. Don't. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. No! Oh my god! The rolls are rigged. The rolls are rigged. I won't accept this. Okay. Yippee. What are you gonna do? Ah, yeah, I did the thing. Oh, shit. Oh, thank God. Yeah, fuck your 5. Fuck your... Oh, fuck. Don't fuck my 5, guys. Don't... Please. Please don't fuck my 5. Please don't fuck my 5. Yes. Fuck your 5. Oh, don't fuck my 5. Don't do it. Don't... You know you don't wanna. You know you don't wanna do it. You know what? Fuck your 4. Damn, you just rolled so many 6s. It's crazy. Oh, I shouldn't have... it's fine. Ha! I don't have any 3s. 4. That there. Oh, don't. Oh, fuck yeah. I win. I win. Okay, bye now. I'm getting out of here. Thank you. By relieving me of my duties, you've granted me what I desire most, peace. Now that I have taught you everything you need to know. The king of knucklebones. I'm taking this. Taking these. Gimme. Yes, thank you. Alright, Tao. Go back home. We have beds for everyone, I think. That's so cool. I quite like that. Oh, you're deciding my fate. Oh, come on. I'm at home. I'm at home. I do need to feed you guys, though. How many do we need? We need 4 more berries. It doesn't look like it. Okay. What? That's crazy. Okay, then we'll do one of these, and then we have to go get more food. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's pretty sanitary up in here, so I'm just going to head out. Voted for deadly dish. That's crazy. That's crazy. You guys got food for your new day, and now I'm going to go out. I'd voted for this snoring. Oh, damn. Damn. I actually didn't see what the options were, so. Got tentacles. And the traders. Look, there was nothing good to pick here. At least you could gradually help them lose their jerk trait. That, I didn't know that, so that's cool. Hey, come back here. I don't super know how I feel about the fact that they can just, like, leave the map like that, but it is what it is. Oh, I was supposed to defeat Ratau and Knucklebones? Oh, whoops. I just got excited and I played chat. Oops. Beeps. Oh, now it wants to work? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. I also left Yummy Egg. It was a Yummy Egg, so I didn't see what happened. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Buff time. Overall weapon. I like being a glass cannon. In games like this, I really like being glass cannons. Give me flowers. I forgot what the flowers are for, but I want the flowers. Those are bone piles. Those are, like, people piles. I didn't realize that. The bones. For the rituals. I have to aim it. Oh yeah, maybe it's just like you can't. No, because I don't know. I do not know. Maybe I just bugged it or something. Maybe my controller decided not to work for a second. What's happening? Get away from me. No. So it's true the red crown sits on the brow of another. Oh yeah, it's this one where they're like, yeah, you're gonna have to fight all of us though, blah 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 blah. Fucking bet I will fight you all. Your bones! Oh, another skull necklace, cool. Follower, we need food. Can we get food and follower? Doesn't... What is... I don't know what that symbol means. We need food. So, I guess I'll go... and we need wood so we can make more farms for the flower seeds. It would be cool if, like, the other, like, stuff, like the pickaxe and the, axe, the wood axe, got upgraded as well, just like the poop cleany thingy. It'd be nice. Oh my god, funny story. So, I think like 2 years ago, it's actually very prevalent to this game actually. 2 years ago, I went to GDC, and for those of you who don't know what that is a game developers conference. It's hosted in San Francisco every year. And it's where companies and game like developing game program developing like people will go and like show off their new tech, or so most times it's more like their new tech and programs and stuff. I don't believe that it's typically like game stuff. It's not like PAX where like I was like, oh, all the new game announcements. It's more like actually for the like developer side of it. And there is a cool section though for it's called Alt Control. Trust out food, not gold. Nice. Okay, I'm actually very happy about that. Where the all control area is where people can show off games that they've made that use anything but normal controllers. Like there was one that like uses like a toaster, one that uses like a crane, so it's really cool. But I needed to go to the store really quick. I had to go to like Target before going to GDC, and there was a person that had a Cult of the Lamb bomber jacket, and I was like, oh my god, that's so cool, where did you get the jacket? And they're like, oh, I work for the company. And I I freaked the fuck out. Oh, I wanted to get new lipstick because I forgot my lipstick and it went really well with my outfit and I needed new red lipstick. And I kind of freaked out and I was like, oh my fucking god, like, fucking good, it's so cool. Thanks for making a cool game. Sorry to bug you. And I was like, that was just... I don't think I went to their booth. I don't think I saw their booth. It might have been a panel. They might have had like a panel or something. And I was like, oh, so cool. I want this one. I like House of Fate more than I do. The tentacles. But it was cool. A pile of hay. That'd be cute to put next to the farm. But it's probably... That was like a... There's a lot of indie games, but many big games, but not many big games outside of like Nintendo and Ubisoft booths. Yeah, and like the Ubisoft booth is more about them talking about, what is this? Okay. More about them talking about like the programs and development, I feel like. That was kind of cheeks. I don't think he likes when I take his gold, so I'm gonna stop taking his gold. Oh, yeah, no, I got it. But yeah, it's cool. It was cool. It was kind of like a starstruck moment for me of like, just kind of meeting a game developer of a game that I play and stuff. So, like, look at our games. Everything is about development, yeah. Which makes sense, to be fair. Give me the bones. Give me the grass. Alright, brother. Alright. Get fucked up by my blade. This way. Sonic. New weapon, yes. Time to go fight the boss, chat. Boss time. Barbados, I like his name. Whoa. Fuck that up. Get the fuck away from that. And that's so unfortunate. Got him. His head always creeps me out, I'm not gonna lie. We have plenty of seeds. I'm just gonna take the food. Yippee! Oh, and the next doctrine! Let's go! Let's go pee, dude. I have to pee really bad. I'm gonna return to the cult and I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, so I'll be right back. After this message. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Shit. After this message from God. Actually, though. Do not make the mistake of becoming the servant of your followers. They are taking your... No, we're all friends here. Interact with followers to read their thoughts, as well as see how hungry, tired, or sick they are. Cool. Like it. Wait, yeah, I've already been doing that. I already been doing that. I'm already been blessing my chat because I love them. Alright, I gotta go. What? Alright, decide my fate while I be right back. I'm gonna go bathroom. Alright, I'm back. I have returned. I am excited to continue playing. Alright, just going to redo that. Alrighty. All chat. Oh, thank you, chat, for clearing the waste. What is this? What's happening? Oh, we got wood. I don't know what the Twitch one is. What's up, Zodi? Hey, leader, when times are tough, we can cook grass meals. However, followers won't like it, but it beats starving. Try it now. Side quest. Oh, you want me to make the grass meal? I got it. We'll do one. We'll do 3 grass meals. One of these. One of these. One of these. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I see. I don't know if I've ever paid that much attention to detail to the quality of the statue. Yeah, please. Oh, yes, there is. Okay, what is their traits? Heals slower when sick, but they're easier to level up. That level up boosted. Do strawberry. Oh. Global is crazy. That's how it is sometimes, you know? Alrighty. I'll be going. Aw, you're cute. Well, luckily it is you. Aw, you feel like a little purple fox. That's so cute. I love it. Yeah. I even give you a gift. Oh. I'll give you a gift. Rare? A necklace. We have the extra skull necklace, I think. Gift. 2 of these. Here you go. That's so cute. Okay, so we need another bed. We just need one more bed, I believe. Yeah, it seems like it. And then I kind of wanna make different decorations. What kind of decorations we have? We have a bunch. We have so many. We have so fucking many, dude. Oh, that one's free? Ooh. Okay, gonna eat dinner. Talk to you later. No problem. Have a great dinner. I don't know how I feel about flooring. I'm gonna be honest in this game. It's interesting and I like it, but at the same time I feel like there's other things that I like more. I wanna make like a little light for you guys where you sleep. I think we'll just do the stone ones. They're cute. In case anybody gets scared, it needs a night light. Complete quest.
Shalom, Baka.
Woo! It's okay, it's a new day. We'll do a sermon. It'll be great. I know I had you guys eat grass meals, but it's gonna be okay. We'll recover. Sweet. Let's see how the plants are doing. Cool. A new one for the flowers. We don't need to make it yet.
No.
Can't be the dog. Can't be the dog. Let's get this food. Water. You can tend to them. Oh shit. What's the matter, Boof? Why are you sad? Go. No. I think everybody has beds. I need to go find the poop. Where the poop? What the fuck? Golden poop? Is that golden poop? What the fuck? Glowing fertilizer? What the fuck? Find it. I'm happy your tradition got away. Oh, okay. I'm happy too. I'm happy that we can vibe for the rest of the day. Alright, sermon time. And doctrine time, actually. Let's do a sermon first. Thank you for the leg, Zach! Eye to the devout. Let's do this one. Holy shit, he get it? What? Huh? Oh, I'm finally back with food. What do you have to eat, my friend? Doctrine. Let's go into have them for instruct the legit. Okay. Spaghetti. Ooh, yum. I don't really care. I guess, let's do sustenance. Feast or fast. Ritual fast. Perform a ritual at your temple to declare a fast. Followers will not be hungry for 3 days. Feeding ritual. Unlock a feeding ritual. Throw a grand feast and your followers will refill their hunger and gain. I like feasts. I'd rather do feasts. I don't want to starve you guys. I guess the afterlife one might have been more chaotic, but I like the feasts. I don't think we need it right now, though. Right? You guys are like full? Oh. Yippee! Yeah, I think you guys are good on food right now, so I don't think we need to do that one right now. Oh, okay, that's what you're reading. Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, you guys are okay on food. You want Amara? I do want to do the sleeping huts. I'm gonna do the sleeping huts next. Scarecrows, missionaries, stone mines. Oh, the stone mines would be good too. So do better sleeping conditions though. I'd prefer better sleeping conditions. Let's get you better sleeping conditions, chat. Is that all I have? Okay, I have to go out and get more stuff then. I'm gonna get more gold. Leader, it would be so funny if we pulled a prank on V. They're really picky eaters, so let them eat poop. I can't just deny this. I can't just deny this. I'll make a poop meal. I'll make some. You know, as a cult leader, how am I to say no? Oh, whack! You leveled up from that. You leveled up from watching someone eat poo poo. Nice. All right, let's go defeat Ratau and Knucklebones because I fucking love Knucklebones. I didn't realize I was supposed to fight him in my chat. Nom, nom. Four, 6. Three. We'll put that one. God damn, Ratao. This one. Ooh, damn. Sure. 3. And then whatever we roll next will be the last one. Yep. Ooh, shit, another 6. Let's go. Ooh, what card did we get? Gain an extra heart. Cool. Cool. It's all good. Now we gotta go back to the forest. Back to the forest. And back to our home. Right. Now this. Kiwis chipping away. Everything over here have poop in it. Everything over here is fertilized. It's full. Alright, let's go. Let's go beat up some more miscreants and fight that boss. Oof, my neck. Alright. My family got chickens today. Oh, chickens! That's cute. What kind of chickens? I'm very curious what kind of chickens. Okay, Baynax. I'm down for the Baynax. And let's kick their ass. I will. I will. Don't you worry. I should have got more grass. That's fine. Oh, it's a bomb. Is everything becoming red? What do you want from me? We literally just talked one thing ago. That's valid. I'll beat you up, Leshy. First try. Don't even worry about it. Seems like it has clap stuff. I thought it was something worse, but that's fine. I will fix it one more time. Oh. Let me in! Let me in! Tell me, Lamb, do you feel Destiny immutable? I do. Ooh, attack rate? Yes, please. Alright, I want to play some music, like normal music. Nice. Anxious. Chicken breed for you. Look up Silkies. Oh, Silkies are cute. Silkies are mega cute, actually. I feel better. I feel better. Aren't silky, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't silky chickens, why do you say all that? I was too lazy to skip it. Oh yes, nice. Oh, the hair. Are they Japanese chickens? I'll do this one. I'll fight for you. I'll fight for you, chat. Anxious. How is the day? Why am I anxious? I received the blue hat. Thank you. I'm not sure. That's valid. I had neighbors that had those kind of chickens, and they said they would give me a chick, and they never did. They moved before I could have a little baby chicken. I got you, buddy. Am I anxious? Ooh, yeah, I know, right? You should hunt them down and ask for it. I'm gonna be honest, I met them once. And my mom kept saying they were gonna give me one, but they never did, so it's like, eh. I don't even know what they look like. Peace be with you, Chris. I only say truth and the light. I may be a search. I can increase loyalty of any follower you choose. Who's got the lowest? Huh, Zodi's 31, Wacky's 35, Kiwi's 29, V's 25. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know that's a thing. Let's do Rhino. Monge. I don't get what breed they are, but I really like the black chickens with the speckles. Oh, I have seen those. Those are cool. Alright, have a great time, Bugman. Or Mothman. I really don't know what you are. More food. More food. Always more food. Our little Barbies. Alright, let's fight this boss, brother. I think it's a boss now? Take this one, but I'm gonna break it. So I like this one. Are breaded, that's crazy. It's a fishman! Fishman! No grilled, pan fried, or soup chimkim? I want chicken, guys. Like picking flowers. Too lazy, I buy them and air fry. Anything else is too much. That's valid. You feeling? Which way is what? This is the buff. Let's get them. I see friends, I see red underpants. Alright, I gotta remember to use my fervor. This is like an AoE around me. Okay, it is, yeah. Ow, dude, I don't like that. That's hard! What do you want from me? That was hard! Oh yeah, okay, cool. I see how this works. I think I have like one heart, dude. I have one heart. This is gonna suck. Alright, I'm locking in, chat. I'm locking in. So if I'm quiet for a little bit, it's because I'm locking in. God damn! I'm so afraid. I'm afraid. I got this. First try. I got this. It's gonna be first try. First chat. First try. Oh, oh. Freaking out. I'm freaking. I'm crashing out. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Close enough. I don't actually know if that's doing any damage. Oh, why did it go there? Two for one. Ah, get away from me! Got this. Oh my god. Get away from me! See how much damage this does. Come on. That doesn't do that much, really. Oh no. Okay, oh my god, I have to be so fucking careful now. Alright, I'm just gonna focus on him. I'm afraid. I got this. Get greedy, yes! I did it. First try, baby! I only took one hit, and it wasn't even, I'm pretty sure because of him. I'm pretty sure it was because of one of the small guys. Oh, he's so beat up looking. Oh. Thank you. I appreciate it. What do we get? New follower horse. New horse. What a trophy. Yippee! Killed them. Let's go. I did it. Alrighty. What will be next? What is a shepherd without a flock? Not an epard? Maybe? I'd return my babies! You guys praying for me? Look, I killed them! Yeah, I killed them. You guys proud? Oh, shit, Rhino's gonna level up. Look at him. Nice. Wait. Prayer. Everyone get it? Shit, Bobby leveled up too. Yee. I think I have to reassure Bob. Alright, we wanna get the mines. I wanna get the lumber mine. Lumber mines. That was a lot. Alright, I gotta clean shit up. Get out of here, bird. I'm keeping that glowing poop. I don't know who pooped glowing poop, but I'm very proud. Now, a new follower. A new follower. Imagine not having glowing poop. Imagine, bro. Imagine. Wait, what were the thingies? Can be pet, bro. Will break themselves and others out of prison is crazy. I kind of want to make that one gore, if I'm honest. If nobody is interested, I will make them gore. To be honest, what would gore be as an animal? I don't know. All right. Oh shit, there's more of you than I thought. Oh my gosh. All right, sure. Go for it. Who's gonna be? It's Rainer! Obviously a cat. Hey, I don't know. I could make you a raccoon. I think I can make you a raccoon. Rainer, that's crazy. But hello, Gore. Alright, you're gonna work for lumber, I think, is the plan. Beds. Get more beds. I think I'd rather put one here. Oh, Rhino's bed broke. Hi, do you really have time to get up? No, this is valid. Over there. Zodi, what was that? For this jerk probably that everything is going to be. Oh, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, buddy. The mission took all my interact. Let's give you a blessing, bro. There you go. Have a great day, bud. Have a great day, bud. Wait. Wait, get blessings. God. Okay, all of you are like over here. Wait, did Rainer get his? There you go. That was a big one. Get your blessings. Your blessings. And then Rhino. Blessing. Sorry to interrupt. I would like to give you guys your blessings. Oh shit, you both leveled at the same time, Hagen. Nice. Nice. New doctrine. New doctrine. Make you the stone mines, bro! Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, the berry did this one, water it. Oatmeal today. I did oatmeal before I got high. I thought that would be a good idea because I feel like oatmeal sticks to your bones pretty good, you know? I wonder if glowy poop it gets attributed from the type of food I let you guys eat. Let's go have a sermon and a ritual and stuff. And we're gonna do the feast ritual. Sermon time. I have yogurt. Ooh, what kind of yogurt? What kind of yogurt you eating? I kind of want to try to see if I can unlock them all. That'd be pretty sweet. Build my rock mine. I will. I'll do that before we leave. Don't worry. Don't worry, Boothang. I got you. What is this? Why is the doctrine glowing? Oh, it's because we got the new one. That's right. Okay. Got chunks in it. Oh, right. And then we have the heart, too. So let's get the new doctrine. I think it's the afterlife one that I want to do. Believe in sacrifice trait. Believe in an afterlife trait. All cult members will gain with the belief in afterlife and lose only 5 instead. All cult members will gain the belief in sacrifice trait plus 20 when another cult. Yeah. I want to sacrifice. Sacrifice! Sacrifice! peons. We will sacrifice. And then we learned it, so and then let's see. When killed on a crusade, run for the first time, sacrifice. Once per crusade, eat to receive a heart that will vary depending on what is eaten. That one's not bad. Focus whilst on a crusade, run instantly to return at base. Receive a deceased art at the beginning of each crusade run. I mean, I'm gonna get one of each, yeah? So let's just do this one. I like this one more. A voluntary tribute is needed. Wacky has to go first because Wacky doesn't want to be a corpophiliac. But you can be next if you like. Or, I mean, I don't know. One of you might ask for it first, so. It's whoever asks in-game first, and then Wacky, and then Zodi. Sacrifice me! Yes. Stop. What are you doing? Nice. Not gonna beat you up for being a jerk, but I will have a chat with you about it. I'm gonna help you guys with this. Because this is where I want to put the... Well, I like kind of want to put it over here, I think. Wait until I'm old. Sounds good. What'd you guys pick? Oh, crops are fertilized! Yippee! Yippee! Okay, let's do... Where's the stone one? Here's a stone one. Need more stone. Okay, so I will help you guys with this so that way we can get the stone. Is Boffy down there mining a flower patch? Are you mining a flower patch, my guy? You know, it's fine. You do what you gotta do, bud. Oh, Ryan went to go talk to Boffy about him mining. Oh, I didn't do the ritual. Trust the process. Ads got my butt before I could vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, wait, not this one. I'm gonna do a food ritual. I'm gonna do this one. I have prepared all of thee a feast. Dine to your heart's desires. That's all. I just wanted to have food. I hunger for flesh. Yeah, we'll get the cannibalistic trait eventually. That's like next up. To help. Rip the cheese. Oh, damn. Hungers for poop? Yeah, I hope he wants to eat it. I'd like to make him a bowl. Was that enough? I don't know if that was enough. That was enough, cool. So we'll start with one of these here. And then I want to put a lumber one. Let's see, 2. That one, and then... Wait. 1... Cool. 2 wackies, 1 cub. Ew. Ew. Wait, ew. Ew. Alright, I'm gonna build this one. Actually, I'll help you guys build this one. So you guys can have nice mining areas. Up on food, which is nice. I'm gonna make better beds at some point. Better beds for everyone. Do I have enough money for better beds? We need more stone. Okay, we need more stone. Okay, then I'm just gonna focus on these. Hold up. Did I not assign anyone to take care of this? What's up, Wacky? You wanna eat poop? You wanna eat poo poo? It was hilarious. Let's do it again. I know V will find the funny side of it. Why do you want to keep feeding V food? Okay. Sure. Poor V. This is her second bowl of poop. Okay. Eater. I'm just... I have to eat it. I'm just... As a cult leader, I can't say no to things, you know? Well, shit. I did it. I have second sleep. I can't believe you did it again. I did. Look at all that faith. Oh, he is doing it. Okay, cool. So I could just harvest these and then we'll be good then. Make sure you get it while it's still... Oh, no, they got it right away. Wow, look at that. Alright, so we can get... What does this do? Send your followers on a holy quest to either gather resources, that is, if they make it back alive. I think I can get it. Possess a follower with a spirit of a demon so they can join you on your next crusade. I don't feel like that's necessary. I feel like I got this. And for cowgirl, that's crazy. Mark Snoot's... Mark Snoot looks like a what? Excuse me? Oh, his nose? That makes sense. Where do they get the scarecrow? Harvest totem? Oh, got it. Okay. We have to unlock one more. I think I'll do basic decorations next, I think is my plan. Okay, so I need more money. We have plenty of lumber, though. How many people did I put on lumber? Followers. Okay. Be a Bingus Cat. You can be whatever you want to be. I gotta go to the Pilgrim Passage so I can go fishing. So I can get you guys some fish. Not gonna lie, I think the high's hitting me just a little bit. 5 follower form, unlocked follower forms? Oh yeah! There's some I don't have, like there's a shrimp. Yeah, the DLC ones, the Darkwood ones. Yeah. Alright, give me. I want one. Give. A little wolfie. It's a little wolfie. Fish man. Pulse that cat is mine. It sounds good. Alright, time to go fishing. I want that big one. I want that big one. Hey, yo, I got big fish, chat. Fisherman like me. Below waves or something. What's this? Ooh, enemies have a chance to draw fish. I like that. Not bad. We can be pescatarians now. Okay, hold on. I want to do this quest. Wow. We got 2 squid. Nice. Oh, a big one just spawned. Woo! What's this? Oh, we got the shark form! A pog? Hell yeah, dude. Catch everything in this pond. Everything. Shark. Shark. Fish people, let's go. Yes, indeed. Come here, fishy. Oh shit, another big one spawned. Another squib? Oh wait, I have to give it to him. Okay, lobster and a crab. Okay, I want to catch them all and then I'll give it to him. I like that shipwreck on the side. Onto the, it's like behind me. There's a shipwreck. It's cool. I like it. Got it. Where am I gonna grab? Oh, that's just so I can see it. Oh, someone doesn't have a bed. Fuck. No, fish! Fuck. I have one more. Oh, this is the guy that is... Oh. Oh god, I love the art in this game. Shit's cool. Here you go. Oh, squid, wonderful. Here, take this. Caught it maybe 50 years ago. Yippee! Okay, cool. Are there any more fish? Is there any more fish? No fish. No! Okay. Let's go back home. I gotta get someone a bed. I forgot. Thank you for the contribution, Sonny. Alright. Someone needs a bed. Someone needs a bed. I got this, guys. I got this, I got this. Thank you, gosh. Oh, wait, no, they only needed a new one because someone's bed broke. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Then we'll have an extra bed for... Faith has been increased, guys. Guys, we're rolling in it. I might not have any more... Oh, we do have one. I just had to grab it from in here. Look at Rhino working in those mines. Alright, I'm gonna go out to get more stuff. More stuff for me. More stuff. Never hurts to have extra beds, which is true. True. Oh my god, the chickens. Look at all those chickens. Look at all our babies. Rhino has yearned for the mines. That's why I made the mine for him, you know? He's working hard. Alright, time to go. I think this is the bird person. Thank you for the check-in, Gore. I like stretch my neck a little bit. Thank you for the head pats. Wobble. These are cool. I haven't used these before. Read. Entering the lands of Heket. Get out of here. My lands now. Bitch. Oh, it's one of these. I did not like that either. And this weapon is okay. I don't know if I... Well... No, I kind of like it. There's a snail! I got a snail shell. It would be funny if a bunch of people cosplayed as a cult. That would be very funny, actually. I would like that. Okay, so this place has the mushrooms. Which I don't know if you can grow mushrooms. I think you can. I don't actually know. Aren't any of these the tarot ones? I don't think so. Okay. Fuck out of here. Fuck you. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Oh, no, this is the frog one. The last one is the bird one. Kiwi! No! No! Kiwi is starving! No! Kiwi, I'll be home in a second. I'll be home in a second, buddy. Can't believe they did this to Kiwi. Oh, this is a bomb one. Oh, this one's a... Got it. Oh, this sucks. Die. Good work, I missed. Give me.
No.
Can't be dead dog. Can't be dead dog. Only the finest dirt. Cool. I wonder what level the sextant is. We got pumpkin seeds. Cool. One place gives you pumpkin seeds. Cool. I was wondering what like food source came from this one. The Burby. When was it? Let's go this way. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Here, you little goat man. Yeah, get deaded. Ooh, a snail! Give me your shell. I want a shell. And there's one more room up here. Frogs and coats, frogs and coats, frogs and coats. Alright, we'll go this way. We're going this way. We're on the next level. I'll try to make sure that Kiwi gets a hearty meal. I get out of here. That would be good. Fight the boss. Mine. Rocks are falling. Rocks are falling on my head. Thank you, the boot. Tell me, lamb. We'll do double the healing. Big boy. Shouldn't have went forward. I like looked that way, but I accidentally went forward as well. What will it be? Hound, bro. Hound, bro. I love the hound one. What the fuck? Ow. Better heal him before that, bitch. Nope, no health. Okay. Never mind. Man. Eggs aren't born out of eggs. I died? Oh fuck. Yeah, that makes sense actually, because there's multiple of them. Damn. Elaine, frogs are born from eggs. Oh, they are, but I don't see them like chicken eggs. They're not like chicken eggs. I'm sorry, chat. I was distracted knowing that one of our own is sick and starving. I'm home though. Oh, Kiwi. Let me talk to Kiwi. You're so sick. Can I talk to you? Huh? I pray for you, Kiwi. Okay. Let me cook for him. Let's do the hearty meal. Actually, everyone's kind of hungry. You feast? No, we feasted yesterday. I don't think it's off cooldown yet. But it's okay, we have plenty of food. Oh, let's do this one. Damn, man, Kiwi hungry. It's cause the Haket made him hungry. It said Kiwi's no longer starving, so I am happy. Money. Let's keep growing berries. I just need to collect, cause Buffy and Zodi became friends. Aw, cute. Oh, not all of these have poop in them though. There should be some poop around, so we should be okay. We'll get more poop. Where's the poo-poo? You guys need to poop more. Poop more, guys. I need more poop. I need more poop. Alrighty. I don't think I have enough for better beds. Oh, no, I do. I have enough for a few better beds. We need to have a sermon. Time. Duel's Blessing. Resummon a weapon or curse, but its levels reduced by 1. 3 new curses. Increase the total amount of you can hold. What vampiric weapons? I really like vampiric weapons. I like health steal, life steal. It's like what, 8 of you? Nice. Let's go get more followers, baby. There's poop around here somewhere. I need that poop. I need that poop. There it is. I need that poop. Fix up this bed. What's up, Wacky? We're not pooping her again. If you ask, please leave the slur. Some folks are serving at no place. Just let them join next. Oh, yeah, okay. That's fine. Pray for me, and a chili. You want a chili dog? I'll pray for a chili dog for you. Coffee, stop. What are you doing? Are you being a jerk? Let's give blessing first. A lot of you are here. And then be nice. And then Rainer leveled up. Nice. You guys need your. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. Alright, so we gotta have a tar. Why you gotta assume I'm being a jerk? Because you have the jerk trait. But that's why I reassure. I could beat you up. You want me to be? Oh, next time, you know what? I can beat you up. I'll beat you up. Alright, I think Wacky's getting old. Look at him, he's getting old. I pray for you in your old age. Alright, oh yeah, new follower. Let's go. Wait, what is the traits? Can be pet and ignores the centrities. Okay. I need to pet you guys. I've been forgetting to pet. I forgot who was the last person that we got. Cause I can pet them too. Oh, stretch. Oh, stretch. Been off a weird time. Think about it how I did. Oh no! Oh no, Bobby, is that what you sent me? Oh, did the voice knock off? It's the wrong one. No, it's this one. Vocal student. Lava, chicken. You love a chicken, it's tasty as hell. Sunny! I can pet Sunny. Wait, Sunny, I want to pet you. I want a pet. That's so cute. And then I will give blessing. Oh, you're hungry. Okay, well, I'll feed you guys in a sec. I mean, alright, and then we have another one. One sec, UV. Alright, one more raffle. I'm living like a king someday. It's Pixels! Pixels, why are you a whale? Why are you a whale? I want to change it. I want to change it. You want to be a whale? I want to change it. Thank you for the lurk. Have a good grocery run. Can I change it? Pixels, are you okay if I change it? Everybody knows why I'm going to change it. Make you... Oh, we got the wolf one, didn't we? Oh, that's like a Yorkie Terrier. Sure. Yay. This one. Wait, choose variant. And choose color. Make you like a... I want you to make it be like a snow tiger. Yeah. Wait, what are your things? Oh, shit. Oh, you... Okay, that's fine. Think about it, well, I did. I want to... Oh, I want to give you blessings. Oh, you and V both got blessings. Okay. Did you want to tell me something? Oh, okay. I wouldn't love you if you were a whale. He was a whale last time! Alright, let me make some food. Dude, you're very cute. Wait, is that gonna fill? It's not, okay. Oh, it did. I'm sorry. But I know what you said. There we go. People can eat. We need another bed. I don't have enough money for a bed. Or two more. Where is it? I'll stand right next to you, so I'll wait. Thank you. Thank you. I'll clean it up. Oh shit. Sorry, I got it. Oh, whack. You need something? You honor me, great leader. I'm eternally grateful. Oh, that's it? Okay. It's level 3 now. Cool. Yippee! Alright, I gotta go take care of the poo. Are you okay, Pixels? I think you need more food. We need to make more food. A big buff for making people eat shit? Yeah, you did. For some weird reason. Pixels, go eat food. Refinery! Refinery! I think this was as far as we got in the last one. We can get the poop house next. We can get the poop house. You guys can stop fucking pooping outside. Cheaper rituals. Oh, wow, there's a lot of these. What else is there? Oh, the poop thing and the harvest totem. Might need to do the feast one because people are pooping housing. Pooping housing. But I like pooping outside. Okay, I guess. Is everyone fine now? I need to clean up poop. Where's the poop? Because you guys are pooping in like the far corners. I can't be mad if you're pooping in the far corners, I guess. Sunny, please listen. Listen, you all have free will. It's natural. That's valid. Oh, poor Pixels is still hungry. Okay, I'm gonna have to make more berry bowls. More berry bowls. And we need to have a sermon, I think. You gotta be. It's gotta be perfect. It's gotta be. Okay, and I have enough poop. I used the glowing poop. No! Shit. I got this V. Sorry. Make my walls magnolia. There we go. Please eat. Please eat. No! Everyone else is eating his food! Stop eating his food! Eat. I'm so worried. I don't want you guys to be starving. What the fuck? Was Wacky mad for a second? Pizzles gets race swapped and now everyone is eating his food. Listen, he's my significant other. He does what I say. Like a true cult partner, you know? Pixel's gonna die. Pixels is not gonna die. He's talking to someone. He's talking to Buffy. Wait, no, I do want to see your thoughts. Had a great conversation with a cult leader. Oh, okay. I will give you gift of long life. Like feeding the other cats around the fat one is crazy. Alright, everyone's good. I need to go clean up my poop though. Oh, look at Kiwi being a little farmer. That's so cute. Look at Kiwi. Kiwi's so cute. The outhouses will be down here, I think, is the plan. And I'm gonna put them in the box. Golden poo! Oh my god, we can have enough beds! This is my calling, understandable. Can I be a worshiper? I'm not built for manual labor? Yeah. You can change your job. Okay, now everybody has a job. Where is Buffy? Buffy. Work. You will chop trees. Nope, sorry. No, you are going to pray. You can pray. Alright. Wait, not deploy your weight. Listen, Sunny. Listen. Worship is big. It's important to be able to get the you know, to be able to worship. You know, we need it to you know, get further in the game. Choose to run away with me. I will tickle you internally, and I see nothing wrong with that. Yes, I know how this works. Oh, what's up, Kiwi? What's up, Kiwi? You need something, Kiwi? What's up? Floors lead to the base is an eyesore, and we need a beauty. Oh, we want to add. Yeah, it's fine. I technically already have decorations, but that's fine. If I could pull my weight, I'll be one of the strongest mans alive. That's crazy. Buffy the monk. Buffy got a splinter on the job, and now he doesn't want to. Now he doesn't want to do it anymore. Valid. Splinters suck. I like that. So Rhino's bed broke, and I built a new one because I didn't realize it broke. And his bed was originally Sunny's, but because Rhino chose this one, Sunny got the better bed. Just like Holy Mary, Mary on a cross, just another Holy Mary. What do I want to put down? I don't know what I want to put down. Bonfires are cool. Let's do like some of this. Let's do this. These are cute. I like these. It would be here. I'm bougie. I'm always getting the short end of the stick. I'm just trying to work, and this is what It's not my fault! It's not my fault that you couldn't wait for your bed to be upgraded before you're like, oh, but I need my shit. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's finders keepers, man. I need to talk to you guys so you guys can get your blessings. I need to talk to Zodi so he can get his blessings. Cult of gaslighting. No, we farmers don't need beds. The fields need attending. You are correct. Attack the pixels because it's leveled up. Sunny. I give you pets. And I will give you blessing. Damn! That was a lot. I think the kiwi is the only one that needs a blessing at this point. It's okay, we're both pillow princesses. That's why we nap together. You need one more decoration, man. I don't know what to put. I wish we could have, like, picnic tables to eat or something. I don't know if that's a thing we can have. This is cool. Shrine of Old Faith. That's cool. Skull of Impurity. That's crazy. A mass mealtime. Yeah, I mean, we have there's the feast ceremony and stuff, but I'd like it if, like, you could have, like, a sitting area for everybody. I like this one. This is cool. This is cool. I like it. We'll build these. Okay, you guys are on that. I want to see something, though. Because I really like this flooring, but if I... If I just, like, put it everywhere. See, this is gonna take fucking forever. Do we want it? I don't even know if I want to do this because it won't match the. Oh, that's so much poop. You know what? Oh, it did it anyway. Fuck. Hold on. I changed my mind. I know what I want to do. I have an idea. Okay, alright. Alright, I think I got it all. Okay, so what? Okay, I have plans. Oh, they have a. Okay. I want this to go here. Because this is like gonna be the working area. My game lagged for a second there. Is this really the best way to do this? Like, I just feel like there's probably more efficient way. Is it faster on the keyboard? It's not because you have to use WASD. Okay, it's fine. It's like the same. Oh. I bet as someone who is. There we go. This is the working area. And then overthinking. And then I want this. No, I lied. This one. Yeah, because I don't want there to be like big row. Okay. Huh. Yeah, it's cool salute art if you contribute. Not that we're, you know, 200% over the goal, which is crazy. Alright, cool. And then I want. There's another one here. This one. This is hard. When you fall to the windows of your best friend's car, and never thunderstorm in December. Troops have too much money. Stop. It's also for mental health. To be fair, it is also for mental health awareness. I want to put this decoration over here. All right, I have made our land pretty. Let's get 1K and Elaine will post feet. No, I'm not gonna post feet. You are a goober. 1K, okay, 5K to my pocket. And I'll post feet. What the fuck? Oh my god, that does look like me. What the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? Whoa. Oh, that's crazy. That does look like me. They're like a wolf. The more I look at them, the less it feels like it. But at a first, it scared me. No, that's valid. Yeah, it's like me as a dog. That's cool. I'll follow them. Yeah, Romicon, show me your dog. Yeah. It's crazy. I think everyone got their blessings for the day. I have to wait though, because Kiwi does a thing. And Woo! Oh, Kiwi's almost leveling. Mommy a lane dog. Oh, rainbow poop! Rainbow poop. Rainbow poopies. Is there anything? I need to feed and I need to clean. Indisposed. Oh my god, outhouse. 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 I don't mind cleaning up the poop personally. God damn, wait, I want that artist. Hold on. How much is their pooping housing? Yes, pooping housing. How much is their art? 80 for bust. Oh damn, their art is sick though. Hey yo. Okay, maybe I'm gonna have to get a bust so that they can also have the doppelganger syndrome. Won't you come? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. I was putting a plate down. Oh, snackies. Alright, let's make... I'm about to bust. About to bust what? Bust a nut? Not really. It's good art. Yeah, no, it's just I like the art style a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah. Oh, we need to make another refinery. We do. We need another refinery, chat. Chat, we need another refinery. Shoot. Oh, okay. We need more gold and we need more stuff. Alright, I'm gonna go get us some more fish. Yum. About to get a bust. Ah! Someone eat fish! Okay. There's bound to be a crab in here somewhere. I will fish until there are no more fish. And then everybody will have fish today. Won't you come? I'm just catching squid and tuna at this point. I may have burnt my tongue a little bit because I got too excited and I want to eat the food, but I'm okay. I like eating it slowly, and then the stuff on the inside was hot. Another squid. Fuck, dude. I don't want any more squid. I want the other ones. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain, black hole sun. Oh my god, this one is fighting me. Crab? Tuna, bro! This is crazy. I know Krabbis. God, come back. I am about to fight somebody. Where are the crabs? This is the last fish! That is actually crazy. Okay. Alright. I guess we'll go home. Let's make fish. What do you mean? Okay, that's fine. Let's make these then. Boop. Okay. Light up says she don't. I don't. I need it for the quest. Listen, man, we need it for the quest. Ooh. Midnight agenda. Alright, do the sky. I need to fix some beds. Let me see if I could just make new beds. I cannot. We do not have enough money. Okay. That's fine. I'll just fix them. Cool. And Sunny needs pets and blessings. And blessings. The media. Oh! Nice. Alright, let's go have a sermon. All the pets. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sweet. Nice. And another doctor in peace. Wait. Wait. Oh shit, I can't talk to my shit. Blessings! 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 Blessings be upon you, child. 6? Okay. It's time to go out. Oh wait, no, I don't have beds. Nice. Oh my god. Sucks. Too bad we're poor. And the money needs to go to better beds. Ooh, vampiric sword. Don't mind if I do. This one's like a just a forward, like a slash in front. Oh. Yeah, it's a slash in front. Just as I thought. God, I do not like the poison, dude. Ah. Alright. This away. Time to kill more frogs. I'm like wondering if I'm actually like healing from this. I guess if I get full health without getting another heart, then yes. That way or this way? This way. Buffing time. Alright. What's up? What's up? What we got? Enemies can. Let's do this one. Die, foul beast. Be slain by my hand. Follow me or die. What the fuck? These mushrooms are bouncy. I'm not used to these mushrooms. What the fuck? I've never encountered those mushrooms before. Those are cool. I like them. Money, money, money. New follower. Yippee. Come on. Come on. He's a frog! Get away from him! What's he ever done to you? But he was just playing video games and you just decided to hog time up there. Foul, foul creature, you. Can't believe you would do this to an innocent soul. Actually, a good amount of weight with people. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get out of here, dude. I don't think this weapon's cool, but it just doesn't do a lot of damage. Like it's like I'd rather have like the battle axe or the fast rogue knife than this, to be honest. Get the ranger. Cool. You are freed, my child. Come, come. We have many food. I just realized that mushroom has like haunting faces in it. So, like a crowd control weapon? Yeah, a little bit. Ow, ow. Oh, fishy. I do too. That's a good song. Hey, you can't do shit, dog. Alright, what we got? I'll take this one. Change when I sent that. Oh! The token is pretty boggers. Out of all the bans, the alternative bans to come out in the recent years, I really like Sleep Token as well. Die because of that rock. So that fruit did a cover of oh, really? That's cool. Bane sword. Might be slower, but that's okay. Thank you. Alright, I'll beat you this time. I have to make sure to just not get hit by the bullet hell mechanic. That shit's gonna hurt like a bitch. Ow, like that. Go away, everybody. Stop. Stop. Oh, fuck, bro. Get away, get away. Stop. Oh my god. Oh, thank god this the poison got him. Whew. Big gift, gold. Always choosing gold. If I wanna be I can be a monster. So fucking electric. We're bound to the structures of the bishops. Aye, aye, Capitan. You got it, buddy. Yay! Got sacrificed. Fun charge. How's stream going? Really good. How are you doing? Having a lovely day, Quets. I'm like on the side making sure all my mids are good. Okay. There are not enough beds. Oh gosh. Oh my god, it is disgusting here. I guess I did leave you with like a bunch of food before I left. Go. Cleaning it up. I have to harvest. What are those? Oh. Oh, great meals. Oh, thanks, guys. You're really taking care of yourselves. Hey, what's up, Rainer? What's up, bud? There's nowhere to poop around here. We need more outhouses. I was just getting to that. You got it, buddy. I was literally just about to get on that. Okay. I gotta plan. Okay, hold on. I gotta plan something. The dog can be a monster. Oh, I did this wrong. It's just supposed to be... Yeah, it's just supposed to be like 1 over, so it's like... Yeah, okay, and then... Every, not this one. Oh, goodness. Okay, and this was 40, and this was 10. Sorry, I have to do some math really quick. I see. Mathin'. Let's get... No one's gotten sick yet, so I'm gonna hope that stays the case, and we're gonna get a harvest out of, so you guys can start harvesting stuff. And then we'll do a follower raffle. Hello. Let's see, what are your traits? Oh, you heal faster when you're bed resting, but you don't really like working. That's valid. Baby, into iron maiden, baby, what's this? Oh. Whoa, it is like a root beer float. So weird. Nom. What? Yeah. Cool. Yay! It's Gore! You look like that cat from Dragon Ball Z. You're so wrinkly. You're so wrinkly. Materials, hold on. Just a teenage dirtbag baby. Alright, it's time to go make outhouses. How much? Okay, we have enough. Cool. There will be one here and... Oh, I need more. I need more wood. You literally just pooped in front of me, Wacky. Tonight. Okay, that's being worked on. You guys get your praises, get blessings. There you go. Thank you. Ooh, banana. Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, I have another one. Hold on, shit. You can get Quets in on this too if Quest wants. You can cult it up. Yeah, you're culting it up. Hold on, I made you do lumber, but... Oh, wait. Talk? Huh. This is perfect. If anybody wants their job changed, just let me know. Like, it's whatever. I'm just putting random stuff. Alrighty. Follower raffle. Alrighty. Whoever wants to be this one can be this one. And then we'll start making random ones. If we run out of people who want to be one, we can just start making random ones. I'm pancake! I'm pancake! Let's see. You sleep during the day and work at night. Gain faith with better sleeping quarters, but lose faith when a follower is sacrificed. Untenable. Alright, we're in my bed. Bed here. Bed here, bed here, bed here. Cool. Be a T and I could be a monster. Aww, Pancake just fell asleep on the ground. Get in the bed. Go in the bed. Oh shit. Do we have enough for the next one? Not yet. Okay. I just realized if we didn't need to make so many beds because we could just sacrifice someone. What is this one? Press a heavy attack button. Oh! I want a heavy attack. The for redemption, monster. Cool. Alrighty. Let's go. Set up my new modem, so hopefully the internet issues. Hell yeah, I'm glad. New doctor. Let's go. Let's do this one. Work and worship. Faithful trait. All cult members will gain the faithful trait generation default. All cult members wait with their district at work. You guys can work faster because you guys are doing a really good job at building up faith. So I'm gonna make you guys work faster so that way you can end your day sooner. I think that's the plan. Rituals. We have a sacrifice one. We could do a feast one. How do I join the raffle when it's up? There should be a pop-up on the screen to join it, I believe. Chat, if you could let them know. I've only done them on PC, and there's just like a pop-up that happens. It's like, do you want to join? I don't know if I want to sacrifice or feast. We can do feast. This means I can get more done in the mines. Yeah, for the follower thing? Yeah, for the follower thing, I think. Does it work for mobile? It should. And we got a new doctrine, which is the sacrificial one. Okay, here we go. And then we need to clean up. Oh, I didn't build the other house. What? Overweighted. Oh, I want to make the harvest totem. Do we have enough to make the harvest totem? No, we do not. Okay, so we need another refinery then. That's more important. Another refinery costs more gold than we have. What about this? Now, do we have enough? Oh, we don't have enough. No, I don't have wood or stone. I think probably because I haven't picked it up in a while. This one. Refinery. And then Could do another refinery. Let's do another refinery. Let's do 3. I was a narwhal, not a lowly whale. I'm sorry! Don't you like being a snow leopard, though? I made you a snow leopard. That's like your favorite animal, bro. Shit. Alright. Oh. So this one will be the gold one. This one's gonna keep making gold. This one's gonna keep making stone. It's funny when you place stuff inside those things, they look like they're beating something up. That's valid. Oh shit, guys. Okay, this is cool. Wait, does everybody have their glasses? Okay, everyone. It seems like it. Hello, are you exercising? Do I tie long? I'm not because there wasn't a rhino. That's valid. The perp. The perp. The poop. The poop silo. I want the poop silo. Can I build the poop silo? Or is that another thing where it's like, it's... it might be too expensive. It is too expensive. Okay. I will just harvest these myself. I am become skadoosh. You are Poe.
Peter. The horse is here.
Peter, the horse is here. One of these. Oops. Oh, that apparently. No. Got all the poop from that. And then looking at this. Cool. And now we can go. We need to go fishing. So I will try next time. No problem. Sorry, Quets. Sorry, Quets, about that. I can only make 2. I have 6 fish. The destroyer often no problem. No problem. We'll still be here. We need to go fishing. I don't know what to do with all this fucking fish though. So much fucking fish. In the distance, so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. What the fuck is happening here? There's another secret. Apologies. It's just that the lighthouse is getting dimmer no matter how hard we worship, and the ships keep sinking on the rocks. The teeth of the dog, she would not listen. Now we have no choice but to pray until the lighthouse is lit. I added 1 piece of fuel. I guess I could get more logs, actually. Alright, tradition. Flock is ready for another sermon. Cool. I have 11. I just need 4 more. Nice, perfect. All right. The distance. Our prayers have been answered. Thank you, O Bright One, for setting us this lamb to save us. Now the pilgrims will return to our shores. For restoring the light, we pledge ourselves to you. You are we are your unworthy sir. To you and the great light on the shrine. Please bathe in our adoration. Oh, cool. Receive. Woo! Nice. Oh, can I sell my shit now? Ooh, no tarot cards? Do you want fish for it? No, you want money? Who wants my fish? I am pretty sure I have like a bunch of fish in my inventory. I have 16. Those for dedicated followers. I'm supposed to like craft with it? Oh my god, look at all those fish. You're fishy. You're fishy. Oh my god, why? Why all the squid, chat? How do I get a crab or a lobster? Am I like fishing in like the wrong place or something? How the fuck do I get a crab? Or a lobster? There's a crustacean in general works, you know? Unlurk? Oh shit. I didn't know unlurking is a thing. Welcome back, Crystal. How was your groceries? Myself when not spoken. Are you gonna be a crab or are you gonna be another fish? God damn it, it's another fish, chat. I'm back. I got some goodies at the grocery store. Yay! We love goodies. Goodies, I said goodies. It is neat. Yeah, I've never seen an unlurk either. They're just like, I'm back. That's cool. Yeah, maybe we could do it like an unlurk command. I think maybe I don't have unlurks because I usually welcome people back by myself. Like I don't. No, I'm not big enough where I can't just take the time to tell you welcome back, I guess. So I guess I've never thought about it. Why is it the same fish? Why is it the same fish? It's always the same fucking, it's just a fish. I don't want fish anymore. I want crustaceans. I'm gonna fish them all. I'm fishing them all. Gonna continue with making a monster rail rainbow loom bracelets until dinner's ready. Bro, I loved making loom bracelets. I used to make those all the time. Oh, I lost it.
That's my purse! I don't know
That's my purse! I don't know you! Open the door. What the fuck? Open the doors one too? What? What's the open the door one? I will unlurk with mine if only because I miss things sometimes. No, that's totally valid. That is totally valid. It's really smart. Especially because like if they come back when you're like BRB or something, or maybe you stepped away for a second, it's like it's perfect. Chat, I'm gonna fish up all these fish, and there's gonna be no fucking crabs. How do I get crabs? Yeah, I'm confusing Elaine with all the, yeah. Making me feel command shy, man. I have a command ego. Oh my god, I just want crab. Give crab, bro. Please. Chat, there's no way. How am I not getting crabs? I stop fishing. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, go for it. What the fuck? Castic titular torsion, what the fuck, bro? That's crazy. Why did I have to stop fishing for you to do that? Oh, do I have to not be, like, doing something? I like to think that some of you are, like, fighting over using that cult totem thing. Wait, is it not full? No, it's 92 out of 250. Hold on, let's go back. We can go home. I thought that was the last one. We can go check. It was. You are correct. It'll do. So what we'll get? We got wood! Pixels got us wood, bro. That's crazy. That's It's cool. Us coming home just means we gotta do more stuff. Gracious as bodacious. Great meals have spawned! Oh my god, yippee! That means I don't have to cook. Get the fuck out of here, you birds! And chat torn on that one. That's crazy. I just want this, but I need to find wood. Feel like busting. The fuck! The spider's taking my wood! What the fuck? Oh, I didn't know I could do this. Hold on, I'm gonna take care of all the spiders. I'm here. Take off all your clothes. I am getting so hot. The harvester one. Please. I only have one. Oh, it's because I mailed. I actually don't know. There you go. You can catch sparkles too? What sparkles? 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 What do they look like? Hot in here, so take off all your clothes. Okay, there needs to be one here. There you go. Little glowies. Oh, okay. I did not know that. Thank you. Yeah. I got this kiwi. I got this kiwi. I got this kiwi. I got this kiwi. No, don't touch it. Don't touch it. I got 2 of those. I want to wait till morning. We do have to make more food. Stingy gruely meal. This one has like bagels and shit in it. Oh, it has a little, like more of the fish. Oh, okay. That's cool. Oh, wait. Idle hands are the devil's playthings. I see work and must complete. Dude, that's fucking crazy. That's an amazing line, dude. I want that in the quotes channel. Someone put that in the quotes channel. Why is Kiwi mad at Buffy? Good shit, guys. Let me talk to you. You could not have made it to the bathroom, Pixels? The bathroom is empty, actually. Surprisingly enough. It's empty. Alright, let's go have a sermon. Sermon time. Miscuous girl, ever you want, all alone. Holy shit! Holy shit! That was a lot. Hell yeah! Got for hell yeah! Wait, it's the somatic shitting disorder? Maybe. Alright, let's get it. Let's get it. So what do I want? I don't want the missionary, because I don't think you guys need to do the missionaries. Tabernacle? What's a tabernacle? Place for those who are not wishing shame to be. Oh, okay. Get a tabernacle. Yeah, we also didn't make the offering. Is that a song? Oh, that's a good question. I presume so because they're linking the link, to be honest. Nobody else. put this here. Whatever you want. Yeah, I didn't know that worked until Crystal was doing it. No, that's for the sleeping area. I like it here because like people are working there. Got what you need. Everyone here get their blessings? Okay, seems like it. Don't get me. Don't be mad. Don't be mean. Whee! Alright, how do I... 10... I need more no, I don't need that. I need these two. Okay. I need more gold though. I've taken care of you guys for the day. I'm gonna go out and go get more stuff. Let's go wherever you want. All alone and you. Ooh. Got a good we got a good setup. What is the settings? What is the heavy attack? Right one. Okay. Oh, it's the mushroom people! Our simple follower is lost in an unfamiliar place. The great Sozo wants medicine mushrooms. Yeah, so we can do the... So I can trip you guys out. Yes, right. Thanks, guys. Bye, guys. Oh, shit, this guy! Account and you beast godly. Call my him, brother. Give me stoof. Oh shit. Whoa. I haven't really played with relics before, so I don't really know how relics work. But I'm excited. Destroy all tarot cards. But what did we get? Allah's teeth. Rain dinosaur. Oh shit, we gonna be tripping balls just like me, babies. I think Kamak is, this guy is like my favorite bird. Nice. That's the card. Better than pointy sword. Kamak is better. Oh, they're brothers. Okay, that makes sense. He's made out of bones? It's cute. Alright. Oh god, he's gone. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. 5 points to a pentagram. 5 portents of doom. 5 siblings stood a beast. 5 gods in one tomb. I know I'm listening, right? Not until I kill y'all. Fuck off, brother. Oh, well, suck my dick. Whoa, death's door ++ when hit. Oh, deal 10 damage. Yo. Fuck yeah, hold on. What the fuck? Is there any way for me to take a long path then? Let's go this way. I'm opening a banana. Ooh. I have the same knife as you, but I'm better. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Yeah, come here. Hell yeah, give me. Alright, which way are we going? That way or this way? We'll just go this way. Whoa. Oh, it's another relic place. That's cool. Oh, little tiny frog man. Oh. Sure. Oh wait, there was another room to the right. And I have the foot. Oh no, give me this. Dude, give me this. Yeah, dude. Fucking shit. I love big heavy weapons. Oh, I like that effect. Sounds cool. Ow. Ow. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, I'll go this way. And this way. And then we go south. And then go this way. I can't believe I stop bumping into him, bro. Please. Please, I'm not bad, I swear. I think it's a stone in this one. Yeah, this one. Okay, it's just a rock. I didn't know if it had gold on it because it had yellow on it. I was curious. I was very curious. Okay. Let me tell how. Oh shit. Soul's gonna hurt. I'm dead. Oh my god! Damn. Unfortunate, but that's okay. Aim. Back. Someone died? Wait, who died? Wait, who died? Wait, who died? Huh? Oh, it's my death. Oh, okay. It was my death. It was my bad. Oh, look at Kiwi. He was reading a book. Oh, that's cute. Mine. Let me fix those spots. Here and a spot here. And then we need to build a new mine. A new log place. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, I don't have enough honey. Having no money, chat. I don't have no money. Fuck. Okay, well, we'll have a sermon in the morning. Food. Oops, I went back. Let me think. There you go. Just wait till it's daytime so we can do a new sermon. We never made that offering thing. We should do that next. Alright, sermon time. I think we also need to do a ritual, so it will be time to maybe sacrifice somebody. What is this? Ooh, has to summon dangerous ghosts from the dead. I want necromantic weapons? That sounds fucking fire, bro. What the fuck? Like the other guys. Else, how much? How much, chat? How much? Ooh, I was almost 30. Nice. The reason my heart's racing. Alright, it's time for sacrifice. Alright, we're sacrificing Wacky. Sacrificing him. He's old. He asked for it. He didn't want to be into poop. Yet his lips never touched the shitty taste. Oh shit, it's night of the yes, let's go! Sweet! More bones. No, I think we're good. Cool. Alright. Good job, team. Oh, we got follower meat. Nice. Alright. Wait. Everyone's here. Blessing time. I say as people walk away from me. Nice. Nice. Someone's exercising. Wait, guys, come here. Didn't get their blessings today. There you go. I don't think Rhino got his either. Okay, no, you didn't get it. Okay. Oh, hello, kitty. Is everything okay? You want to do what? You want to contribute to Kitty? I guess.
I was like making headway writing stuff, and she's like,
Yeah, I guess. I'm used to being neglected. It's fine. You're not being neglected. My kitty baby, so tired. Little baby. Is this okay? Oh, she big purring, chat. My cat's come to say hi. Hi, baby. Just nice. Oh my goodness. My sweet girl. Okay. Alright. Oh, what's up, Kiwi? Leader, my brother and I were traveling together in the dark when I was. I never knew. Okay, do you think you can find out? Find Pajul. Now I'll find your brother. Need more wood. Need more wood. More wood. Interesting. It's digging it up. That's cool. One, just one. Oh my god. What is happening to our faith right now? Is it we don't have enough beds, or is it because we sacrificed someone? I thought our sacrifices was good. Maybe we can have a bonfire one. Guys are fed. Alright. Let's go then. Rituals. We don't have enough wood! Fuck. I don't have enough wood. I have to go get more wood. No accident. I'll go get wood. Oh, hey, what's up? Ooh. Product axe. Don't mind if I do. Give me, I need wood. Oh fuck, not that thing. No, please. This area is so small. No, you rocketed them into me. Oh my god, I'm going to die. This is like the worst combination. Thank god. Okay, what's what? This guy. Relic! Decrease in size. Okay. Thanks, bud. What happens if I... Ooh. Need more wood. Give me some wood, please. There we go. Alright. Ooh, okay. We got a little flower necklace. I need wood. What will get me wood? I go that way. Oh, wait, no, there's wood right there. Okay, so if I go to the heart path. Oh, hello. You are an old guy. My love took my heart to the sea. She took my heart to the sea. 'Tis where my heart will be in her bed at the bottom of the sea. While the Versailles take a moment to join me in my search, I look for the heart that once beat in my chest, that is, until it was taken by her. I have been sitting here for so many years, even her face has faded from my mind, yet I keep searching, always searching. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thanks. It's kind of weird. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. It's kind of weird. Kind of odd. Alrighty. Show me the way. Ow. Ow. Oh my god, this guy sucks. Hello, Ghosty. Welcome on in. Please, 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 please. Oh my god. Hello. God, stop throwing stuff at me, please. I don't want to step on the trap. I can't do it because I don't have enough things. Oh. Yeah, come over here, bitch. You won't. Not gonna lie, I've been wanting to play. It's really fun. I mean, we have a shared Steam library, so you could play it whenever you wanted. The bones. Nice. Ooh, what is this? Oh, but it has less damage with better speed. I might do it. Yeah, very good. Yeah, I'm playing with a controller currently, so you know it's a good sign. Oh my god. Why is it with this big bell? Why is it with this big bell in such small rooms? I love starting cults. Me too. Me too. Oh, finally. Oh, gimme. Thank you. Coming over. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Get in there, get in there, get in there. Fuck off. Ow. Woohoo! Alright. Been loving playing games with controller recently, so this game would be perfect. Hell yeah, it would. And you could name all your little people after your peoples. You know, you could name one out. You could technically, if you wanted to, you could make one of Wacky and then marry him. That's what I'm gonna do with Pixels. So. I'll play something laid back, but I don't know what I want to play. I don't know, dog. Is there any game you've been wanting to play? Take some gold, baby. What gold? Gold? Oh my god. Oh, I see. Land on me, stop, 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 stop. Oh my god, oh my god. Get away, get away, get away, get away, get away, get away. Oh, I can go back now. I actually don't need to keep going. Right, yeah, because I got the wood, yeah. Are you gonna say blueprints? Marry? Why marry wicked sacrifice? I think you get kudos for marrying. I mean, you could just marry someone else and then fuck them in the sex tent if you want. To each their own. What's up, Zodi? Why are you upset? You've dissented! No! Sacrifice him, I guess. Get it. Sorry, there's a sex tent? Yeah. We haven't got there yet, but we will. Was there just yeah, dude, Monster Train actually is a really good game. I have the first one. I don't have the second one, but I love Monster Train. I actually quite like that game. We have enough wood now for this one. Yeah, they had a good bit of updates over, I feel like, the last year, so. I have a feast? No? Okay. It's a requirement for you to get peg or get pegged in the sex tent, at least, in this game, at least twice as crazy. Fucking shut the fuck up, bro. Huh? Waiting for? What are you waiting for? Damn, 2 for 1, yeah. Tentacles only is crazy. And then these two. Like this Zodi is just yelling while 2 people get their blessings around him. Time to get the prison. I was literally just about to be like, well, I did get the prison, but my character in this game is Polly, so yeah. When do we get the sextant? Hold on, let me find out. Is it this? No, that's the grand shelter, shared shelter. Where do we get this? Bone decorations, farm installations. When do we get, does anybody know how we get the sextants? Stop! Pixel, stop it. Stop. Stop it. You stop it. How do you get the sextants? I want to wear cute outfits. How do I get this? Home decoration, farmer station. How do we unlock the sextants? I want sextants. I want sextants. Prison. Prison goes here. Prison's going over here. Alright, let's make the thingy. Look for something called mating tent. Okay, one sec. Okay, view upgrades. Alright, mating confession booth. Crypt, propaganda speaker, shrine flame, tabernacle 2, ritual cooldowns, janitor, grand shelter, shared central, cult 3, refinery, bone decoration, farmer, compost. So I don't think it's gonna be down here, right? Yeah, missionary 2, demonic summoning circle. It's a kitchen, storage, what was it? Devotion, harvest totem, missionary, stone mine, lumberyard. Outhouse, healing bay, leader tent, so we get our own tabernacle, shining flame. I'm not seeing anything for, at least not on that row. Grand shelter, janitor station, ritual cooldown. Oh, okay. Okay. It's fine, then we'll just hurry up and go do that. Beat you up. I wanna beat you up, bro. Find a meal and eat. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. I gotta put Zodi in this. But then you also need something called Sin. That's fine. Get in prison, boy! Get fucked. Alright. Sorry everybody has to laugh at you, though. That I do feel bad about. What do you get for you know, the scenting? Alright, whose bed's broken? This bed's broken. Let's see. And now we're both fucked up. It's gonna take forever to get everyone beds. It's okay. Whatever new. Find Janana. Janana's someone else. I thought I had to look like Jamal or something. Alright, I'm here. I'm here. Wait, what's that blood moon thing? I don't think I have enough money for it, but what's that blood moon one? 30% more damage during night. Oh. Oh, I like this one, but I don't have enough money. Oh, you guys are hungry. Okay, I'll come home and I'll make food. Alright, Dr. Sozo. He wants me to collect mushrooms. Mushrooms. I mean, I don't have any, right? I don't think so. I don't think they let you collect them until now. I might be correct. Alright. Let's make food. I breathe, all is well. No, yeah. It wouldn't kill you. Might sacrifice you at some point because you requested it, but... Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck happened? Sodi, did you break out of prison? What the fuck? How did you... Okay. Alright, was not expecting that. I think... Nothing else? Oh, fuck, it takes all my lumber? Damn, that's crazy. Stuck in the middle of lovers and friends. Gotta pick up all the poop. Gotta pick up all the poop. Seems prison can't hold me. Yeah, someone fucking broke you out, I think.
I like chocolate.
I like chocolate. My little boy, is this the way it ends? Alright, I'm excited because since today we're playing Cult of the Lamb, we'll probably play some more tomorrow too, but we'll probably work on some Shibis tomorrow first thing and then play more of this. Or play and then do it? Oh god, it's full. Underneath the surface, and would you be my little quarantine? Or is this the way it ends? I will cook all these perfectly, don't you worry, chat. Close. Alright, Shrine Flame Bundle. Light the cleansing fire and harvest more devotion. The cleansing fire will draw more devotion. Healing bay, janitor station, cheaper. I'll do cheaper rituals. But I like you never heard. Bring time. Oh gosh, Boffy shitted a rainbow shit. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, sermon time. Oh, I already did one. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay, we got any more wood? 3? Bro. We need more wood. Alright, well, let's go get more stuff. Alright, tell me we're okay. Okay, mushrooms are in this one. So I need to quickly kill this one and then start killing the next one. So we can get the mating tins. Okay. Ready? Whoa, seal of the bishop freezes time. Whoa! Oh, I like it. Even the head pat. Oh. Hello. Attack rate. I want attack rate. Give me mushrooms. I got one mushroom. Because I think it's like specific mushrooms are the ones that you have to cut down in order to harvest them. pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, it's, yeah, these tall ones. Oop. There we go. Big ol' mushroom. Big ol' mushroom. Oh my god, there's mushrooms here. This mushroom scared the shit out of me. It knocked me back and I was like, what the fuck? Thank you for the leg, Sunny! So you could buy food, get a new follower. You can get a new follower. We'll go back to strangers. Fuck out of here. Oh, I didn't see that guy. Holy shit. Fuck, these guys are new. They're like big bats. Ow. I like these little flying bat boys. They're kind of cute. Yippee! Let's go home, buddy. Ooh. I think we're fine. So I'll do whatever this one is. Okay. 10 prevention. Okay, nice. I like it. Better mind. Love so hard to find. This lady. Is this anything? Nope. Not that I'm aware of. Oh man. Baby, don't you understand? This is my cool. More mushrooms. More mushrooms. Oh my god. That was rough. Wait, I'll go back up. There are people that are laughing out my window and it's scaring me. Just destroy all active tarot cards. Okay. Get me. I gotta go back because I went the fucking wrong way. I want to explore everything, Jack. Just my comment. Hey, what's this? Ooh, I would like this one more. Thank you. Whoa, what the fuck is this? Single red heart was sacrificed. These hearts have returned. Oh shit! Wait, can I do it again? Oh, it's retarded. Damn! Damn, if only you could have used that like in the Binding of Isaac. If there's something like that, like an item that'll take your red hearts and give you a different kind of heart, you can keep doing this until like you have no hearts left, so. But it kind of makes sense that you wouldn't want to be able to spam it, though. Like, it doesn't really bug me that you can't. Bus time! I got this time. I got it this time. Don't you worry, chat. Ooh. I forgot I was looking. I was trying to turn up my fan. Yes, please. That's not anything. This is a buff. Okay, cool. Let's get the buffies. This one. Thank you. Oh, okay. There we go. I win. I win. Some more mushrooms. Alright, no losing this time, chat. God. Oh my god, okay. Sorry, I'm locking in chat. At least, or trying to, at least. Ew, like birds, flies. Get him. Get him. Get him. No! I got him. I like his little hair bow in the back. I got it, I did it. Oh, pumpkin, or follower. Capybara! Capybara. Oh my god, capybara. Whee! God is happy with me. Vessel, do you not worship me? Do you not give offerings in hope of gaining my favor? When you return to your cult, you will find a new offering chest. So you can buy offerings that I, in my generosity, shall turn into gold. So you that may. Oh, but I'm not using the same gift offer too frequently. Oh yeah, it's like a stock market thing. Can't get you out of my head. Oh, your love, I think about. Just can't get you out of my head. There it is. Followers. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Wait. There we go. But everybody's hungry. I need to re-educate you. Alright, here in a minute, we're gonna do another follower raffle, so if you want to become a follower, just, you know, get ready. Alright, I gotta put Zodi back in this. Get back in there. Get back in there, boy! And no one break him out this time. Break him out this time, okay?
I need it!
I need it! We need to make another mine quarry. Re-educate. Time to re-educate you, dog. I love you. Oh, wait, did the poop go off? I don't know if I heard the poop go off. Ew. Ew. Okay, it is nighttime. Oh, wait. I got it that time. I think I need to do another outhouse, right? Speak to Noir. Oh, right, okay. Alright, follower raffle time. Ghosty! Aw, you're a dear. Okay, let's see. Gain faith when building better sleeping quarters, lose faith when getting ill, and likes to cause mischief. Okay, I will have to fix you. You did this. And we will need another follower. We will spare thee and give thee a new form. It's me, it is you. Oh my god, Kiwi. I bought that today. And what does that mean? Is that good or bad? I got one of those today. Run from the daylight. Okay, we will randomize this boy. I'm going to make them I want to make it like a celebrity. Hold on. Wait, let's look at the forms. Choose form. Let's see. Oh, capybara. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do something stupid. He will stay normal. Choose variant. I like this one. What is this? What is this question mark? Oh, damn. Okay, that's valid. This is valid. Okay. Accept. So the more followers we have, the less likely that we'll have to sacrifice you guys, you know? At the same time, you and I were from the same pie. We really don't have enough wood. Kiwi's tending to the farms. What's wrong with Kiwi? Do you need a blessing? Falls in lava? Me too, man. We'll sacrifice him when we can. Wait, no, I need to read your mind. Why are you sad? Man! Screaming brings me joy. I just read your thing. Your thing says screaming brings you joy. I'm a little concerned about you. 3 sleeping bags collapsed. Sermon time. In the distance. Look at us. Look at all of us, bro. This game is calling me out. That's crazy. Okay, we gotta get Curse the Cultist. Because I want Curse of the Necromancer. That one sounds really cool. I think tomorrow, the next day, we're gonna do like a, I don't know, we should do a ritual today if we can. We can! Cool. Eat up, my babies! Eat up! Hum nom 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 nom. Hum nom 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 nom. Yippee. Have good poops. Have good poops, everyone. Doctrine. Notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around. Punish sin or celebrate future. Murder follower. Unlock the murder follower action at a ritual at your temple in which you can ascend a follower spirit to a higher plane. Ooh. Murder. I like that. We're like, oh, okay, we're indoctrinating murder. Okay, I volunteer as tribute. You're crazy. I have to do it at night. Can't do it in the middle of the day, unless I can get you alone. Can I murder you? Oh, I can't murder you because wait, I could release you, and then could I murder you? Would, but because everybody's awake, hold on. Floors died, corpses need to be buried. Of course, that's a lot of meat just to go to waste. You'll be a little luckier in your next. Oh, nice. We need a body pit. Oh, I murdered him and now everybody is upset. I may have fucked up. I may have fucked up. I may have fucked up a little bit. Oopsies. Yeah, everyone's a bit unhappy with me right now. That's very valid. Well, this side of the totem, everyone's kind of happy. You know, everyone's doing good on this side of the totem. Oh, because I gave all the blessings, I fixed it. Woo! Be you. That could have been bad. Hey, Kiwi. Thanks, Kiwi. Oh, Kiwi's level 4 now, bro. Oh, almost. No words, chat. We are struggling for wood. Okay, well, don't... We don't have a body pit yet. Let me move this. Do I have to pay to these to reach level 5? You might. I could probably... We need the body bits now. So I don't know how to cut up bodies, so. We're not happy. We need titties. Titties. I mean, if you want to play with titties, I ain't gonna be mad, you know? Getting good at fixing these beds. Body pits 5. Also, let's give... Oh, shit, yeah. How much money? We have 470 coins! Let's go, chat! We can finally do this. Build. I need more wood. Nope. Nope. Yep. What's up? 1/10 of annual produce of earnings formerly taken as tax. I thought it was like, I don't know, just, like a confessional kind of thing. But now I know. Convenience. Oh, we do have to make the fertilizer box. What the fuck? Are you guys good? What's inside of you? Think of it like paying to level up in Scientology. Wow, okay. Well, no, we don't. The only person that holds legal tender is me. You guys can just have whatever you want. You can just be like, hey, Elaine, I want this thing, and I give it to you. I need to go get more wood. Find. I'll give you this stick for a try. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Divine Guardian. Oh. And an axe? My lord. Romances. I don't want Rose to pretend. Actually, I just realized that I think I could just get wood from any of these. I don't think I had to come here to get wood. So I'm just gonna take this and go back. Wait! Oh, fuck. I went to the Darkwood to get his sister. Oh, I forgot. Fuck. Okay, we'll go back. I was like, why are we in the Darkwoods? Because we can get logs anywhere. And I would have this progress, but it's because I need to go get Kiwi's sister. Or brother. I don't remember. Set up too. Look. It's fine. I'm going, rolling. Rolling. Alright. Let's go find your sister. Ow. Let's see. Anything special? Nope. Not that I can tell. Nice. There is a kid laughing like a fucking maniac outside. It is spooky. Nuggets. Give an extra heart, receive double healing. Give me your meat. Nice. Alright, we need wood. None of this has wood, but I think this is for the quest, so we'll go this way. Get more food! What in the fuck, Knuckles, was that? New relic unlocked? The transmogricon? Turn a random enemy into a critter? That's cool. Killed that bird. For some meat. Now we'll go get Kiwi's sibling. Chicken. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ow. We freed them! Ready. Mission complete. Actually, don't know if I should keep going through this because only because like I only needed the follower and there was no wood here, so that's fine. I got plenty of stuff. We need like stone and wood, huh? I brought back your sibling. Leader, I am so grateful. Oh, it's your brother. Kiwi, do you want to name it? Do you want to name your brother? You want to name your brother and tell me the form, or do you want me to fuck around and give you a silly name for your brother? Exhume body. Oh. Okay. Alright, there's something gross somewhere. What is gross and where? Not that. It has to be like that. Okay, cool. Sortimen time. Even though Zodi has died, everything will be okay. Lychee? Okay. Does the form matter? Like what they look like? Nice. Gotta talk to Sozo. Oh, there it is. Wait, did everyone get their blessings for today? Wait, no. Make him uglier than me? Okay. You got it. ready for a level up. I don't know who this is. How do I talk to you? Okay. Alright, so we got the body pits. Can we get a crypt? Do I want a crypt or do I want something else? Confessional boxes. Fertilizer. I think maybe? Did this one? Nice. Cool. It's like people stuck in here and I can't talk to them. Okay. And people are hungry. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought the harvester totem made it so they harvest stuff. 6. Oh, damn. Fuel? Oh. Fuel? Oh, okay, now I can talk to you. Because you guys have nothing to do? Wait, who are you? You? This guy just invaded our space. He's homeless. What's up, Bob? Sure. We don't have shelters though. Oh my god. What the fuck, guys? Stone. You guys are dancing, that's cute. Yeah, we could do some of these. We need like 2 more beds, I think. So we found some others. I wanna rock your body. Alright, so this will be lychee. And then choose form. Gotta make him uglier. Who's ugly? He's ugly. This guy's ugly. I don't like this guy. Choose color. Gonna be hot pink. Fuck, you snore? Oh my god, I'm gonna sacrifice your brother. I'm gonna sacrifice your brother, bruh. Chicken. Spareby. Okay. You will be. Actually, let me look at the forms first. Let's name you. We don't have a goat. We don't have this one. Color. We can just say I reabsorbed post birth. Okay, yeah, that works for me. That works for me. I like the red one. Oh, look at the little girl. Alright. Oops. Actually, does anybody else want to be one? I realize I should probably do more. Yeah, gang. Hi, Garrett. Hi. Because I don't know what to name him. Let's see. What could we name him? How would I name him? All right. We can name them. I'm gonna name her Patty. This is Patty. Oh my God, they're a corpophiliac too, though. And they got sick. They are a sick follower. That's crazy. Actually. Sick. If anyone wants to be this one, go for it. I gotta go to the restroom real quick, so do that if you want to do that. If you don't, it's fine. I'll make a new guy if you guys haven't picked by the time I get back. So I'll be right back. The sick moves, you mean? Hell yeah. Alright, I'll be right back.
I like chocolate milk.
I'm back. I'm back. What the fuck is this music? It's not the vibe. No. 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 What the? Okay, cool. Alright, who is this? Oh, it's Garrett! Hi, Garrett. Oh, and you can pet you and you're gullible. Perfect. But you're also sick. It's done. Oops. Just taking the cool way? Yeah. Like you know how to flip a tech deck on the first try. You're not fully. What's up, Bob? Wow, you did it truly. You're okay. Oh yeah, because he was the one that asked me to bring in the sick people. Yeah, good. There's like a throw up corner. Good job, everyone. One more beb. Poop corner and now a puke corner. Yep. But when you guys feel better, it won't have as much of a puke corner. Smoking hydro. I just want to move stuff. Actually, the black piggy is a spy and he's gonna steal your money. How do I have to kill him? I was gonna say, because I don't know him. That's my purse. I don't know you. Sorry, I yelled that kind of loud. I apologize. Sorry. Shit's said and done. No fucking roach in the city that way. Is this the acoustic version of the no, someone did like a cover of it and Glorp was cool with it. Have you heard the Bikini Bottoms do it though? Hold on. Shit. Are you good? Fellow Autie here? Who does it say? Dude, yeah. Sorry. The bottom three? No, it's not this one. What the fuck? Hold on. She's on the song. Yeah, don't bother me at all. Okay. Yippee. I'm also high, so it makes it harder. I want to listen to it because bow. Yeah, I found it. It's okay. Add a cue. Okay. Cause it's got a bow singing in character. I will sim with you. Yippee! Thank you. That was my hope, honestly, with the whole with it, is that you guys would stim with me. Yeah. They pranked Bow. It's a banger, it is. Thank you for the boot. How you doing, Sim? For those of you who don't know, Sim is our lovely Minecraft IT and mod and roommate. They are wunderbar. Alright, I think we got— why are you guys fighting? Why is Pixels and V fighting? No fighting. Okay, I think this looks good. Actually can't tell. And today, bartender. It was once. It was only one, to be fair. Yeah, move stuff. Oh yeah, it's gone. Oh yeah, it's been gone for like an hour, I think. No, like 2 hours. Good hydro. Cause they fucking knocked it out of the park in the like the first 30 minutes. Get on with them. Doesn't it have, this says Fuamoko, doesn't it? No, it's Neurosama. I'm thinking of Neurosama. That was part is my favorite, dude. It's almost nighttime. Clean smoking hydro. I go meow meow meow. Oh, you guys are all sleeping on the ground. Don't be upset. Wake up. This is crazy, guys. I just found a dead body. It's wild, man. Live like money, you're a sponge like fun. All got in common is the shit said and done. Fucking roach in the city that we let the hydro. Hella lean smoking hydro. Look at Pancake working hard. Oh, perfect. That was a perfect one. So we get another body. Meow, meow, meow. I got this. Kiwi, get away! Kiwi, get away! I got this! Kiwi always overachieving. Despite all my rage, I'm still a rat. Oh, we should listen to the song. Okay, cool. I added it. Okay, everyone's got... Don't shame me for being a good sheep. You're the best sheep. Cook. 2, 3. Alright, sermon time. I really gotta do a resource run though. Oh, crown. Doctrine! Alright, we'll do this one. We haven't done this one yet. Is the money the root of all evil, or is the true evil withholding it from me? Extort titties. Oh shit, the titties! Unlock to the extort titties follower action, collect money from the follower once a day, or unlock the bribe follower action, bribe a follower to increase their loyalty. Money. What? The what? What? This sounds like a fucking Splatoon song, in my opinion. You liar! You told me you wouldn't I wouldn't pay the fee. I did lie. I'm sorry. I don't want to bribe you, so I'm gonna ask for money. Okay, see it less like, cause I'm gonna forget. So see it as less as you're paying a fee and more that you are I'm begging for money. Okay? You're not paying them, she's extorting. No! Stop! Stop! I'm not doing that. I'm not, look, I'm not even, I didn't even take it. I have not taken any money. I just don't want to bribe you. I just don't want to bribe you guys, okay? I don't want to be able to bribe you guys. You guys saw that? Did you guys see that? Why would you revive the traitor? Is it because of the tax? Because of the tax you brought back the traitor? Wait. No, Kiwi, no! Kiwi, no! No, Kiwi's getting old. Why did you guys? No. Kiwi's gonna die. Kiwi's gonna die. Is all you care about work? You don't care about the ancient Kiwi. Oh shit, what are we getting? I get a crypt. I wanna get a crypt. Crypt seems cool. It's been a good life. I never slept once. That's crazy. Yay! My rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. We need 20 stone. Alright, is everybody good on everything else? I think so. Okay, everyone got their blessings that I'm aware of. Okay, cool. Not sure if you ever let me leave the mine to know anyone else. You've had time. I didn't want to be here. This is the wrong spot. I want to go to the other one. The wrong one. It puts the lotion on its skin. What? What do you mean? Not sure. What? What the fuck? Hello? Alright, I want to go to the other place. I gotta go give Sozo the stuff, and then... So we might all get high, guys. Now we can go get we can buy the card now. I haven't yet. Is it good though? Is it good? Yes, another yes. Rolling into an enemy will damage them. I want all the tarot cards. How much are they all? I want all of them. This is the furthest I've gotten in this game, guys. I'm actually really happy. It's got better peach flavor than I expected. Nice. Very excited. Just buying all of these. These are all mine now. Almost too good to be a proper peach ring. That's valid. Peach rings are like kind of like poo-poo flavor. Like they're not, it doesn't really taste like peach. It definitely tastes like an artificial peach. I'm excited. I'm glad you got 2 of them. Because I think it might be a limited time flavor. Might be but I'm really happy we got 2. Because it's definitely going to be my favorite flavor, I think. If not, then the honeydew cream one, but... I like these mushroom candles. I'm gonna use those instead of... Oh my god, we gotta make Gordy, bro. We gotta make Gordy in this. Still. And I have more money. Oh, I need to pick up... go pick up stuff from here. The lighthouse is destroyed. We need to replace the crystals that reflect. Bring crystals to the lighthouse keeper. Okay. I think that's in the next one. I don't think that's in this one. Oh, I want this one. We need that one. That one's really good. Especially for the drought that we're in for resources right now. Fire protection when you're single. Ooh. 1 2 this? Buy them, they bring me, you only said. I want to organize my farm. I want that, yeah. Nice. Well, I think that's it. Yeah, from here, yeah. Then we can go out to the third area again. Alright, let's go this way. I think we can get Sim too. We can get Sim as a follower. Ooh, necrotic gauntlets. I like it. Eat gauntlet, nerd. No, get away, go away, go away. I think story-wise. No, my babies! You monster! It's okay, we'll do a feast when I get home. We'll do a feast ritual. Everything's gonna be okay. We have just the thing to fix it. Can't believe that he would do this to you, babies. I'll be home soon. I just gotta get wood and not in that way, but like wood and some stone. I do. Why that does help me. And yeah, okay. I don't want to give you an offering. You leave me alone. You don't give me shit. I don't like this guy. So annoying to deal with. Ow! Shit, it hurts. Shit, it hurts. Oh my god, thank goodness. Maybe we had to go back. The other way is something that I didn't. Wood and stone sounds like an average Friday night. It does, don't it? It does. If wood is TikToks and stone is getting high. I wanna take my bow off. Jaw. This is a song! Oh my god, the Lockjaw by Sir Mix-a-Lot. Pixels, this is the song I was talking about. Oh wait. Oh. Okay, wait. Where's my doobie? I had doobie. Is it in my assets? It is. Okay. Oh wait, shit. Sorry, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get a little dainty. There we go. There we go. We're good now. I'm a little higher, maybe. Lockjaw. Yeah. All right. Now we can go this way. Very nice. Thank you. I did this last week too. I had like a little joint and I was just high playing Cash Cleaning Simulator. I don't know what that card was. Stone or lumber. Oh no, if I go this way. But we won't be able to get a we could buy a follower though. Yeah, we'll buy a follower. Alright, I think that's everything. Oh, this is a challenge room. Enemies. Oh, fuck. This one's gonna hurt. This one's gonna hurt, chat. Oh my god. I don't like this floor. I don't like this floor. I don't like this floor. Lockjaw. Gosh darn it. This is where how skilled I am shows. Oh, we have a salute emote! And in the name of the charity, we actually got a salute emote. $10 and you can get your own. What did I get? Oh, this is assenting. Oh, everyone is starving. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go deal with this. Rituals. We'll do the rituals first. It's still on cooldown. I fucked up. Oh, fuck. I know everybody's angry, but listen. It's Fajita Friday, alright? Let's not be too mad about it, okay? Yeah, I understand we've been having some situations here lately in the cult. A few murders and a few resurrections that we aren't exactly happy with. Oh shit! Sim, thank you so much for subbing with Amazon Prime for 26 months. Thank you. We got Primes in the chat. Thank you so much. You. All right. Everyone, come back. Come on. I know everybody's hungry, but it's blessing time. Only my most loyal followers stayed to listen to me. Yes, what's up? What's up, chicken jockey? Great leader, I'm tired of sleeping outside on the ground when the bugs... Yes, you will... You got... Ghosty, go in prison. Go to prison. You're going in prison. Okay, everyone. I understand that we're having problems. I'll start feeding you guys. Hold on. Let's do party meals. I don't know what we're listening to anymore. Alright, everybody come eat. Who threw up? Someone just took a shit in the kitchen. Oh, are you ready to level? Sunny's ready to level. Yippee! Forgot about Twitch Prime? No, that's valid. Alright, it's time to re-educate you, lass. God, guys, come on now. No, don't throw up. It's okay. I fixed it. I'm fixing it. It's okay. Everything's okie dokie. Oh, god damn it. Don't do yoga in front of the vomit! Thank you for the check-in. We should have a... I love this game. This is a very fun game. How you doing, Chaotic Kitten? Hope you're having a great day. Great start to your weekend. Need more stone. Stone is very important for us right now. And we need to make another bed. I'm good. I'm glad you're doing good. Huey's gotten old. We need a new bed. And we need to go get more followers. So it's followers and... stone situation. It's because there are a few of you in chat that I want to get in on this. Let's go buy this guy. You fucking bitch, he lob. Oh, it's for 50. How's stream been? Stream's been great. I'm high as... I was gonna say high as fuck, but I'm not that high, but I am pretty high. We're doing great. We surpassed our goal for the binding So charity already by 200%. Istanbul, Constantinople. 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 I'm glad that my years of hard work and sacrificing sleep just let me wander around the camp. Yeah, you could do whatever the fuck you want. I was hoping we could get you the sextant before, you know, you depart, you know? At the very least, I will make sure you get revived for the sextant era. Cause I'm gonna keep, cause like we're still gonna, so don't get me wrong, we're still gonna watch TikToks and stuff, but I gotta get the sextants. I hope I get Dimension get to walk around naked in front of one. I hope so too. That took so long. I can't say people just like it better that way. Constantinople, Istanbul, it's Constantinople. Works. Turks. Honestly, getting dementia because like you're in a cult is such a fucking vibe, dude. What do you mean I was in a cult? I don't remember this. Grandpa, you have a tattoo of it on your back. No, that's just Beatrice from the bowling alley. That's what I imagine Dementia's like. Now, who are you and get out of my house? Turks. Ooh, a brick path. That's cool. Alright, I missed a section. So we need stone and follower, stone and follower, stone and follower. I'm high, so I might forget.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
Grandpa, that's too damn bad. That literally the fucking fervor. Oh, the chest one would have been better. Fuck, I just went with the one that was shiny. Shiny. I don't really want to listen to this song right now. Oh, I'll listen to this song though. Okay, stone and a follower. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we'll do the question mark and then we'll go to stone and then we'll go to a follower. What is this challenge? Hello there, Crusader. If you pass... Oh my god, he has a hole in his chest. If you pass the next combat rooms without using curses, I shall gift you a gift worth having. But if you fail, then alas, not for you. Easy, dog. I just take my hand off the trigger. Wait, the next room as in, like, we keep going? Okay. It's a stone place, though. Did I fuck up? Did I fuck up? Did I do something wrong? That's fine. We don't have, like, a super great thing right now. Okay, this way. For you. Aww. Alrighty. That was very simple rooms. Or levels. They were just collections ones. Villages are so cute. They are, aren't they? Ooh, better weapon? Oh. Yeah. There you go. Oh my god, oh my god. Not bad, chat. Especially if we get health back. Is anything... No. Okay, we'll go this way then. But I think my filler names currently are all aggressive characters. I like that. That's cool. I like that anime. It's a good anime. Ow. Fuck. I did it! Why aren't you just something? You completed the challenge. What should I do? I think this is a decent reward. Ooh. Concentrate. Oh! Too bad I don't have a relic right now. Oh, I do have a relic. What the fuck does this relic do? I just got a raid, you do. Player, what is this? Use a random relic. That's crazy. That's the one we got. Well, we got the thing, so now we can use our abilities, which is nice. My fuck. Let's do this one. Alrighty. I think it's boss time. It is. It is mini boss time. Zapar. Oh, it's the one that makes the lightning bolt. Oh, fuck. I missed that, yep. Oh, fuck. I missed that one, too. These aiming ones are so bad for me. I'm so bad at them. Nice! Fuck yeah! Got him! Arrgh! A giraffe! Say hi to the camera! I'm a giraffe! The car hop at the pop shop. Maybe if you give the demon froggy a kiss, he will become a prince. Nah, I gotta kick his ass! We gotta kick his ass! Pretty little baby. You done dissenting? Come here. Re-educate. Get better. Be better. This cult is here for a reason. Alright, hold on. Please. Alright, chicken jockey. Thank you. Alright, everyone's having a good day. Oh, yippee! Thank you. We'll get cult 3! 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 That was hard to say after a little bit. We do need to start getting shelters, though. The fact that we didn't have a shelter before was, like, a little rough. Alright, follower raffle coming up. Ooh, look at that. That looks nice. Alright. Jorge, follower raffle, start raffle. And now there should be like a pop-up on your screen. So if you want to join, you can. You don't have to. If you don't want to, I can always name them after. I kind of want to name one Joe Biden, I'm going to be honest, because I think it'd be funny. But you guys come first, so. We have so many people. This is so nice. I'm so excited. Damn, you can, yeah, you can customize them pretty. You can, it's like, yeah, they have different forms, different variants, and different colors, which is cool. If you name one Kool-Aid Man, I should name one Kool-Aid Man. You're right. Make them like all red. Oh shit, what the fuck? I didn't post this on Blue Sky. Whoops. I'll be lurking AFK, gotta go walk some doggies. If you're still playing, I'll see you later. If not, good night. Have a great rest of your night. Go see if I don't see ya, but we love you lots here. Hope you have fun with the popperinis. I think I forgot something. Maybe we're okay. Maybe my brain's just dying. Alrighty. Woo! Look at you. Is this what you didn't want a pink boy? Wait, what are your things? No! No! No, no! No, you like poo-poo. You like poo-poo. No. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Oh god. Oops. Actually, I'm surprised. I guess you could have been a sheep if you wanted to, actually. Alright, we need to make some storm quarries. I tried a million times. I'm in for reals. Oh, and now I don't have enough stuff. That one? Oh, wait. Now sheep wasn't an option? Damn. Alright, follower raffle. If anybody wants to be this one, you can be. Otherwise, we'll name him Kool-Aid Man. Joke's on you. I'm into shit. That's crazy. Really? Oh my goodness. Meant to make your daughter cry. I apologize a million times. Alright, I'm gonna make him into Kool-Aid Man. He's already red. Kool-Aid Man. I wanna look at the olive forms. I like this one more for Kool-Aid Man, I think. So any other ones? Alright, I'll make him this one. God, Elaine's getting high. I'm pretty high, yeah. How's it going, Vexed? Are you having a wonderful Friday? Okay. Zealous ignore dissenters when they preach, but is a germaphobe. Understandable. I don't think anybody's sick anymore. Reading is important. There is a difference between into shit and into this shit. That is very valid. We have a good amount of wood. What are you doing? Okay, my brother broke the VR headset, so that sucks, but we tanked that. Oh my god, I'm so sorry that happened. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'll punch him. I'll punch him in the butt. That would make... Oh, Kiwi's so old. It makes me so sad. Berries. Oh, because... Fuck, because Kiwi was the one... Wait, no, I picked the berries, don't I? Hold on, I gotta look something up. Does the harvester fan... Oh, it increases! Oh. Thank you. thought it allows them to harvest it. I juked myself. Never meant to make it start to cry. I apologize a million times. I am for real. Alright, well, let me harvest all of this. Mm-hmm. I am toasted. I think it's very cute that V took over the garden after Kiwi got old. It's very cute. Let's go. Oh, that's not. That's not what I wanted. I want the pumpkin ones. Alright, there. Everyone's dancing. Everyone can get their blessings then. Nice. Leader, can I be a tree when I die? Of course you can. You can be the most magnificent tree. What month did you crave on a high? Well, I was just given dinner, but most of the time it's like something cheesy. Something cheesy, and then if I have something savory and cheesy, and then I want something sweet, like a bit later. Oh, it's spicy. Ooh, Ghosty wants something. Oh, hold on. Ghosty's in love with chicken, Darky. I'm gonna go back to the dark wood so I can get. Do you know cheese has its own chemicals that make it addictive? That's cool as fuck, actually. I really like that. That's cool. Someone pooped over here. This bed. Oops. Build. Oh, I didn't know I could reassign beds. Whoops. Oh, I need to move Lychee's bed, actually. I'm gonna move Lychee's bed. I'll do it later. It'll be fine. Alright, what are we missing? Well, I think we're missing gold. Yeah, we're missing gold. Okay, so I gotta go to the dark woods to get community flowers. So I'll go do that first. I'll go do that first. It's fine. It's fine. We should get more stone money. More stone and money this time. Wacky dies. Oh, okay. He just reached old age. He hasn't died of old age. Thank God. It's like, how did he get old and die before Kiwi did? Stop the feeling. Get deaded. There we go. Relic shop. Ooh, flowers. Relic shop. Alright, I gotta move my plate to in front of me now. Oh, is that the dice? Is that cheese dice? Laplace's dice. 50% to heal. Oh. I like that. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh my god, they have so much health. Jesus. You wake up like that. Oh. I'm failing that. That's crazy. I believe it though. Nice. Just stop the feeling. You need stone. We gotta go this way. Stupid reason. I'm eating a little bit more of my dinner. What does this one do? Okay. Nice. Nice. Oh, the stone for us. Everybody be skimming all the beats. Agreed. Oh god damn it. It's like the worst combination. We're good. We're good. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, get out of here. Ooh. Cobblestone. Follow. Oh, okay. Let's go back down. A tarot card? What? I don't like that bell doesn't kill him. Ooh, nice. Okay, cool. Something on my plate. Nice. Alright, what do we get? Divine Blast or Ichor Throne. I like this one more. Alright. don't know if I have enough flowers. This is unfortunate. I'm about to have enough flowers. I'm eating a bit of my salad. 1 second. Nice. We're getting a lot of like decoration pieces from the chest this time. I got a 9. Could be a bad thing. I don't think I really like these weapons, these hand gauntlets. I think they're cool, but not my favorite. This one. No, I should have taken the other one or the last one. I'm stupid. That's okay. Look at all those chickens. Get fucked, bitch. Ooh. The faster speed. At least I gotta try. Alright. That's a name. That I... Oh, ow. Little demon, help me fight. He's so cute, he's like a little bomb. Oh my god. Where'd my little demon buddy go? Did he die already? Ow. Hold on, I have to log in. Oh fuck! Ah, damn. That's okay, that was just dark wood. Be better if there was the other area though. A bit worse, but. Make more food. Oh, I love this one. Cool. I'm gonna wait till they wake up and then this is representatives. Mr. Fry hiding. The elections. And we need a new bed. Give me the page. But warming. Has a new one? Frictionless white? Is that the one you're talking about? Because if so, yes. I believe in you. Welcome on in Witchsteria. How are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Oh, the one that did the UK rep. The one that did the UK rep. I don't. Check. Is it Myrtle Beach? Otherwise, I do not know. Look at how old Kiwi is. He's so old and decrepit. Everybody's eating. Oh, there's a lot of people that need levels up. I saw golden poop! You want to give me my stuff? Nice, what are you playing? Then yes, add to queue. TikTok, baby. TikTok, baby, no. Nice. Category 6 are brilliant. That's valid. I don't really remember who Kyle Gordon is, though. Which one is he? Oh, that guy! Yeah! Oh, squishy mode, you got it. Wait. I can be... Oh, Gordy's on my head. From my hair from yesterday. Hold on, wait. Gotta give myself a tiny doobie. Real tiny doobie. There we go. Wait. Tiny doobie. Tiny. Oh. Tiny doobie. She becomes Squishmallow. I am a Squishmallow now. I'm the squishiest. I'm immortal in this form, actually. The fuck did my game go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Alright, hold on. I'm just finishing my salad really quick. Alright. There's another shiny poop. What does this guy want? Fish, wanna follow me? Oh, mushrooms. Glowy poopy. A comically large weed. That's valid, but then it would go everywhere. Maybe I could make it a bit bigger. There you go. There you go. There's a bigger. Alright, boop, boop. This goes here. I need to put more poop in this one. Hi, Momo. My cat has come to say hello. I gotta grab all these guys and I gotta feed you guys. Thank you for the wellness check. Yay, big weed. Yay! Weed in the coconut and light that shit up. You put the weed in the coconut and you light that shit up. Alrighty. Why is everyone like angry? Don't be. Are you angry? Are you guys angry? Okay, no, everyone's okay. I think it's sermon time. Alright. Crown. New doctrine. I think we're gonna do, what if we, work? I think I want to do work and worship. Followers command unlock. Inspire follower to significantly increase, replace the blush out. Inspire, intimidate. I'd much rather inspire. I would much rather inspire. I will inspire you to eat your brethren and fuck like there's no tomorrow. This is my wish. Nice. Oh shit. Yes, ma'am, will do, ma'am. Sounds good. I'm proud. Oh yeah, we got the Curse of the Necromancer now. Nice. These guys still have so many points. That's crazy. All of you donating your soul devotion to me. I'm so honored. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it's on cooldown. Okay. I was gonna say, like, that's crazy. That luck. Alright, I'm talking time. Oh, that, but better. Shared shelters. I want to kind of do shared shelters. Requires the healing bay. Okay. Alright, who's ready to go beat a boss? Clear this out. And then let me go. We could do a food. Let's do a feast. Let us do a feast, chat. It's not on cooldown. It is not. Everybody eat your good portions. We have plenty of steak and fish. Alrighty. That means... fix this. Then we want... What's the other thing we need? Ooh, glowing poop. We need another seed box, I think. Well, I don't have any more pumpkin seeds, though. I think it'll be fine. Whoa, what the fuck? That had so many. Whoa, what the fuck? This is crazy. That's so much more. Holy crap. Oh, Twitch chat is deciding my fate. Okay. How far are we from the Sextant era? I have like a whole other boss to fight, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we have a whole other boss we have to fight. So we're about to kill the second boss, and then we have to kill the third one, which I can speed run killing the third one. Probably. Probably. But I do know that we would like to watch TikToks tonight, so I understand. If anybody would like the transition. Guys, can you decide my fate, please? Who's not deciding my fate? I can't leave. Hey, I can't leave, chat. Pull down Tabernacle 2. Crit. It might be borked. Oh, you mean I might have to save? Maybe, hold on. Okay. Save. So bright. It's so bright, chat. Yeah. Yeah, those are my old ones. Okay. We're back. Sinful edition activated heretic. What is happening? Oh, this is the wrong file. That's just that was the wrong file. The fuck? Oh, no, we're playing this one. On the third file. I forgot. It's okay, we'll catch up that first one. The song request, Kiwi. Oh, I love that song. Do you believe now? And then we're still connected to Twitch, right? Yep, cool. Alright, let's go beat up the boss. Let's go beat up the boss. This one is... Hey, what's up, Frogger? Don't worry, I'll slaughter you, dude. Attack and poisons enemies. Ooh, what's this one? Is this the... Oh, it is the dagger. That's cool. Yeah. Someone earlier in chat, I believe it was Crystal, showed us that you could just post Spotify links. Yay! That's sad. Get the fuck out of here. Leave me alone! No one can you may have killed my brother Leshy, but you'll not kill me, and you will not get close to the vicious little fate. Yeah, okay, brother. Okay, brother. I'm just brute forcing this. Those guys are beefy. The buff room. Ooh, this one. That one. No more wrong songs. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you post the links. Mischievous, heavenly amorous, fine and women. Recognize the crown on your head. Roto has told me all about you. Huh? Delete Flinky. Ooh, bet. I'm so good at knuckle bones. Oh my god, V, hello, my dear. How was streaming? How was The Sims 4? Did you have fun? Welcome on in. If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is way more important to me. But feel free to hang out and let me know how Sims 4 went. Buy a relic. Let's buy a relic. No, I don't care about that relic. Burglar broke into my house and stole my stuff. That's crazy. That is crazy. What do you mean a burglar broke into your house and stole all your stuff? Did you not lock the door? You're just like, how? Never had that happen to me in The Sims. That's why I am kerfuffled. run. Bitch, bitch. Nope, I guess I just locked the door. Not our friendly neighborhood. That's crazy. Still hit one hit. Spawn attack. Not that one. That one's new. Let's go this way. Instead of calling the police or being used, when my characters just stood around shaking. Maybe they were traumatized. Maybe the burglar was naked. You don't know. I mean, I guess the point of the Sims 4 is to know all those kind of details, but you don't know. Okay. I do know I saw him. Okay, well, I guess. Ooh, this one's better. Terrors open. The earth's release a horde of ghosts. I want the better weapon. Gotta go ready for rest. So good night, my love. Good night, V. Sleep well. Sleep well. Thank you for the raid and hanging out. I got hit, chat. I got hit. Go this way. I like the tentacle. Tentacle looks cool. God damn the fucking knockback. The fucking knockback, chat. Chat, the knockback. Ugh. Oh. Really, they had shield. Nice. Oh, I don't have any more fervor, fuck. Kiwi died! No! No! Kiwi, how could you do this? How could you die while I wasn't home? Fuck do you mean that you're dead, bro? I need this guy to fucking die, dude. Good lord. Oh, they give me this one. She's hit. I did get hit. It's hurted. I think my body was craving chili if I had one earlier and now I want 5 more. Hey man, that's just how it happens. God damn, I'm taking so much damage. Wooden planks. Ooh, cute. Cute. So. Perfect. And now let's go this way. Can't even know. When attacked, 10% of fire projectile. I want to do more damage. More damage. Very lucky you didn't spit out another one right there. Hi, Andrea. How you doing? Happy Friday. Thank you for the check-in. Hope you're having a lovely Friday. bitch. I'm good. Eve was pretty good. How are you? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty great. Don't we raised so much money for charity, and now I'm gonna fight this boss, so I'm gonna focus up. Right, is paying attention. Oh! My God, I can't see. Like, whoa, you bitch. Right, Elena's focusing. Wait. Demon buddy! Demon buddy, where are you? Ah! Shit, I got murdered. Shit, I got murdered. Ah! No, red. I know. I wasn't locked in. I wasn't locked in. You guys have gotta stop losing your faith when I die. Look at all those chickens. Can I catch this? I caught it. Oh my God, it's Kiwi's dead body. No, poor Kiwi. Oh, put your dead body in here, buddy. It'll be okay. What the fuck? Oh God, that was so well timed. Oh, Kiwi, I'll miss you so fucking much, dude. I'm gonna miss you, man. You were the hardest working person here. He truly was the strongest cult leader of the time. He could have been a great cult leader. If only he wasn't. Run! You know, we're berry seeds, bro. I take offense to you saying that they were the hardest working. They didn't sleep, bro. Do you want the no sleep necklace? I'll give you the no sleep necklace if it really offends you, and then you can be the hardest working. Where are you? I think you're in the mines again. Yeah, there you are. Hold on. Interact. Movement speed. Better harvesting resources. Here, you have the better harvesting. I don't have the sleep one anymore. I think Kiwi died with it. I'll give Sunny the devotion one. It's a gift. It's wood. Let's go have a sermon. Let's go have a sermon. I gather you all here today to talk about our fairly beloved Kiwi. And we will mourn his death. But we will someday get a sextet in their name. In their name. Shit. Weapons. Woo woo. No weapons. Woo woo. No weapons. Yippee. Look at all that devotion. Now we will have a new doctrine. Hi, Zoe. About the afterlife. Want to bring it back to life. Shit. Can we do that right now? Could I bring Kiwi back right now? If only the music was picked up in clips. It's okay. I can edit them. What timing? I know, right? Perfect. Let's just bring Kiwi back. Yep, everybody get into the summoning circle. Wait, Wacky died? I didn't know Wacky died too. Oh, now we know that he's dead too. Oh yeah, you're right. That's why we don't have his body anywhere. Oh my god, you're young again, Kiwi. Look at you. You're young again. Young again. Some people aren't happy that you're young again, but I'm so happy that you're back. What stuff can we build? Oh, we need, yeah, wait. What do we need for this? 8 gold bars, 10 poop, and... Okay, so we need 8 gold bars. Listen, Kiwi was our first, man. Kiwi was the first to join the cult. Well, I don't know what you want from me. It's like eulogy, hell yeah, dude. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Guys. Inspire time. Back from Fortnite. May I share a clip? Of course you can. How was Fortnite? Inspire. I like that we're dancing. How's the cult going? Great. Going great. Kiwi died. We brought him back to life. It was great. Had a great time. Oh, I need to feed you guys. Okay. Six, seven. Thank you for sharing that clip, Zoe. Alright, let's go fight that boss again. It's time to let time pass through. Dun, 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 dun. Bad. Could have a better curse though. Life without change. This guy. Like an epic effect? I don't understand. What's an all enemy? It looked like a tapeworm, but it's just a snake with its head cut off. No one likes an ending. Ooh, so much more gold. I think after we kill this boss, I might have to switch us over to TikTok. Getting a little sluggish. Ow, I rolled right fucking into that, dude. That was painful to watch. Okay. Enshrined. Already 8:30. It is. And I've been high for like 6.5 hours. So fuck you guys who thought I would be asleep in 2. Thank you very much. Just putting that out there. So, what if this is a dream? I'm gonna wake up very sad. 5.5 hours, calm down. What do you mean? Oh, well, I guess. But it was like 30 minutes in the stream. That's all I'm saying. To be fair though, it will be 6 probably by the time, like a full 6 by the time we are done with TikToks. So. Choose a form, choose a blueprint. Let's do increase curse attack damage. I don't have enough money. Fuck. Filling his role as the son to. Yup. He's my biggest fan and my biggest hater. Say it every day. Say that shit every day. Ow, fuck. I suck. Yeah, I'm like so high that I can't. I'll bleed. This, I think, would be better. I'll do my best, though. The secret power of the tincture I use, when mixed with the drink, it builds for a very, very long time. Interesting. I don't know what the one I just picked up is. Oh, I forgot! It turns a random creature, a random one into a creature. That's right. That was great. And you get meat when we... So, yeah, it's great. So... Okay. You gotta stop. So I made the mistake of taking it on a work night before bed. Whoa. Like or throne or divine blast. Divine blast. We go fight the boss. Alright, I have to lock in. I won't be looking at chat. I am locking in. I'm tucking my legs into my onesie. Not my onesie, what the fuck is this called? What the fuck? What happened to someone? Robe is skin color, so it took me a second to realize you weren't necky. There is a naked one. There's a naked one. Hasn't happened yet. Get all this meat. Eat all this meat for my followers. There we go. Happen. Yes, do the vampiric sword. Vampiric sword's gonna be way better. We need to heal. Alright, and then... Oh, this is a swordsmith. Hound? 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 Patches rises and projectile that creates black egg. Oh. Ooh, vampiric axe though. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, well, vampiric axe isn't gonna work great if I keep getting hit, so... Oh, why? Be careful. Okay, I'm gonna be careful for the next few. Hee hee. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? Don't throw me something new that I haven't fought before right before the boss. What, are you crazy? Psychopaths. God, oh my god, I'm freaking out, chat. Yeah. And I healed. Nice. Give me all these mushrooms. I'm gonna go fight. Alright. Locking in, chat. Gone. I just need to focus on heals. Living and living and living. I should know why'd I talk? Why'd I talk? Why'd I talk? No! Ah! Bruh! I'm so sad. Ah! 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 Tragic. It was very tragic. But it's okay. It's okay. We got a lot of resources. It was close. Fuck, do I do it again? Do I go again? It takes so long to fucking get there, though. Could do it. Buffy got old! That's the problem! Buffy got old! I'm gonna give it one more. Oh, you guys are hungry. Oh, I did too many. Oh, okay. Dude, modded, dude, do not, you are talking to the correct person. I love modded Minecraft. I love Minecraft. I love Minecraft. Modded Minecraft is my shit. We even have a Minecraft server! I love it so much. I love Minecraft. Love Minecraft. Yeah, not bad. You ever heard of space and run parasites? Also, I'm playing modern Minecraft right now. Guys, stop. I love modded Minecraft. Stop. Screams. Screams into the void. I love Minecraft. We have a Minecraft server. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh, drink some water in a second. And then I'm gonna take... Oops. That is not... Okay. Alright, so we're just gonna save here. Scrape and Repair Sites is a really good Minecraft mod for 1.12.2. Interesting. That is... I think that is the version that we play on. So that's cool. Have fun. Gotta get ready for launch. Have a great launch. Have a great launch. Minecraft Monday. We could do some Minecraft Monday. I would not mind. We could, we do our scripts and then we do some Minecraft on Monday. I'd be down. Alright, let me become Big Me, though. This music gonna make me fall the fuck asleep, bro. Hold on. There you go. Boba, this one. Oh. This one, die. I'm a star. I'm actually working on my auto trader. That's cool. If you want, you can send... I can send you my mod pack to play when you use it. Yeah, you could. Yeah, if you want. I might play on our server, but yeah. I mean, I'm always down to hear more about other people's modded Minecraft packs. Alright. We started with Kiwi last week, I'm pretty sure. So we're starting with Buffy this week. It's a way of life. Oh shit, what the fuck? Did I go too far? Okay. Okay. Alright, you guys ready? Gotta turn the browser audio on. Love to see you survive as a parasite and suffer as I have. Oh, yeah, for sure. All I could hear when he came walking... Okay. Oh, Lord, look at that chunk of baby. We will listen to that at the end of the stream. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. The Dr. Pepper guy? Oh. 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 Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. That's crazy. Dr. Pepper. Pepperman? Huh? That's crazy. Thank fuck it's running now. I need to go buy the Dino Dr. Pepper. Oh yeah, that's the new, yeah. And what's running now? I'm uncomfortable. Oh, valid. Cha-cha-laka. I feel like I could. Trogon is crazy. Or Bathawk. Okay. Like Cody. I like the mushroom names better. Elaine real name leak. That's crazy. Tom Tit. Named oh. Me neither. Cause no, it does not. Yeah, I've had to manually audio change them. I hope no one, to be honest. What is scary is how she is staring. Yeah, yeah. They can get the hiccup. Oh no, the baby can get the hiccups too. No, no, the baby. The mushroom one was better than the birds. Yeah, I like the mushroom one a lot. Because I would actually consider naming my kids a lot of that. The cat's like, please don't. Please don't touch me. He's like, if I just stay still, he won't see me. The only difference is instead of being solo, you can actually spread the infection to other creatures for the goal of pleasing the hive. Interesting. Is it gross? That's a lot of fucking hair. The cat's like, he's like, I'm not done, bitch. So sad. Oh, baby. I'm like, yay. It's body horror, so probably. Okay, we'll see. Because if it's gross, I'll feel weird about it. But I'll at least try it. So you can link it in the fridge if you want, so others can also try it. Me personally, I've fallen in love with the create mod. We have the create mod on our Minecraft server, actually. We haven't got the latest one, I think the 1.6 one, but we do have it. Minecraft! No, the sand is breaking underneath him. Oh my goodness. No! 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 He fell. No, baby. Resolve it. It's crazy. Richard knows what you did. He's going to tell people. You're going to tell people that I really like hanging out with my Twitch chat? It's Quokka. Fucking me, bro. It's not so much gross regarding body horror, it's more gross in the fact of light that shit up. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm just saying as long as it's not visually gross. Cause I don't, as long as it doesn't resemble like parasites, like as long as it doesn't make me feel like I'm looking at maggots, or it doesn't have holes, like tryptophobia holes. Those are my only two rules. Wait, what? Also, send it to me anyway, Mandrika. I want to see what it's like. Holes are everywhere. Oh, really? Still send it to me. I wanna see what it looks like. I want to send the popcorn meat canyon video. Yeah, I have tryptophobia, so. Oh wait, what? I love the way she freaked. Traumatize me. No! Why? I would do that to someone else. Dude, that's amazing! I think how much Boffy and I have the same for you page. You, Boffy, and Kiwi do. There's a lot of fireworks going off right now. That's fucking crazy, dude. I'll never be a 10. How can I ever look like Darth Vader? No, what? Oh my god, he's got shoes. This penguin has shoes. That's great. Throwing out the trash. That's a fucking moose! That's a fucking moose, bro. That's a skinwalker that looks like a fucking moose. Don't do it. Don't. Yeah, just, yep. You do it tomorrow. Rhino, you stop that. I love his face. Wait, hi, I just joined. Was the repo clip from Pasia the goat? I know her. I will have to check. But it's very possible. Oh. Thank you. Aww. Damn, that's crazy. Oh, skin 9, that's crazy. Yeah. What the fuck? What do you mean, beginner? Ah! Ow! Ah! Oh, it's fake. Oh, wait, it's fake. This is fake. This is fake. That was very scary. That's very scary. That is very scary. That is so scary. I thought that was real. I thought this was real until I saw the crispy clipped edges. I was freaking out. Oh, wait, hold on. Really quick, the repo thing. Yeah, it was by Pasia the goat. It was. You are correct, Teledor. Oh, wait, it's this one. Hell yeah, that's great. Why are you whispering? Drone footage? Yeah. I already know that I'm weird. I am weird. It's not being weird that's a problem. It's being cool and weird, not weird and creepy. It's the difference. Deep Frog Galactic? Don't bike on drugs, kids. I wanted to play this game. I think I've seen this game. Ooh. Ooh. This actually looks really fun. What the fuck? How's this also a deck builder, though? I'm very confused but intrigued. This looks cool. I would love to try this buffet. Was that the last one? I think Bobby's was short. Yes, sir. Alright, back to kiwis. Oh, it's Scylla! That's her name, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, one of them got removed! Kiwi, one of them got removed. This has never happened before. Where is it? I'm guessing the decks are your loadout. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Alright, here we go. Wait, I gotta... Wait, I gotta... Alright, there we go. Let's go. Yeah, my favorite mod. I can make alcohol. Yeah! I have so many mods, dude. There's so many mods in our server. Alright, there we go. Okay. Hello, sir. Please play. Why is it not playing? Okay. I've refreshed. Okay. Now I gotta scroll back up. Please scroll up. Please scroll up. Alright, there you go. It's going. I'm going and going. Okay. That good thing I don't drive. Oh. Joke's on you, chat. You can't. You can't. You can't. Joke's on y'all. You can't. Because I have birth control. And I don't even know when my last period was unless I check an app. You little big thing. Oh, it's so cute. I know. Do you know that elephants, when they're babies, don't know that what trunks are for? So they think it's just a weird extra like appendage. Yeah, they helicopter it. So floppy eared. Oh yeah, get into it. Yay! It's so cute. Oh shit, I think I have to update the Minecraft server then, and I just think. Oof. Oh. Ha 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 ha! I got what you meant fixed. Yeah, no. I don't want to watch this whole thing. Yeah, coloring. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's valid. The rest of those are valid. I thought the color one made sense. Tapirs! I didn't know these were real! I know a few VTubers that have this as like their mascot, like animal. I didn't know tapirs were real. They're so cute. Tapirs? Is it tapirs? They're for pattern. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, I seen this. Rada. New quest unlocked. Tickle. No! Oh no! About to get punched in the nut. Where's the knife? Yep. That's crazy. Oh shit! Hi Megan. Sorry, we're just chatting now. We're just chatting because I am too high to continue playing. He got isekai, he did. No! It doesn't! It doesn't though. It does not though. It doesn't though. It looks like they're in formaldehyde. Oh. Shit, I wish I was high as great. I'm afraid. Okay. You sound like you're coping, bro. He sounds like he's fucking coping. I feel bad. Oh. Never been high, lol. I've never been somewhere as Leo. It's just a nice relaxer. Oh, I enjoy my bed. Hi, look, I get hi. That's valid. It also depends on what strain you take and how you take it. Oh, they're gonna. Yes! I want to get a tattoo on my hand of the small letter L and a small letter R. That's cool as fuck. I want one. Yeah, heavy. Numbers! I don't know you! You big D ball with it. Wallet. Oh my god! Do not come to my town. That's crazy. Wrong lever. On you. That's crazy. That's a nice boulder. It's the boulder. It's a rock. I'm sick. Boo, you whore. That's crazy. I was really hoping for mayonnaise on an escalator going upstairs. I like the art. That's so valid. I'm expecting drums. Sleep Mouth, Smash Token. I do Smash Token. Winners loving winners. Yep. That is crazy. That's a really weird way of putting it, but I like it. It's a pleasure to come by. Yippee! I did this at the doctor's. I went to the doctor's on Wednesday. For those of you who don't know, I went to the doctor's on Wednesday, and the doctor was in depth explaining my prescription. And I apparently, unknowingly, I do this sometimes, but I try my best not to do it in public. I stick my tongue out. I blep when I'm thinking and I'm listening, and I did it at the doctor's. And so apparently at the doctor's, I was going. And Pixels had to like go psst and like tell me not to, but I thought he was just mimicking me. So I was just fucking at them at the doctors. Oh shit, I'm small. just full no brain thoughts apparently. Like that cow. I hope not. Oh my god, it's this game! That's crazy. The voices are terrifying. Restaurants with bulletproof glass are fire. 100% with it. That's bad. That meat does not look cooked. Sounds like AI voices. Oh, it so is. It so is. I just think it's funny that you can shoot the animals. Ha 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 ha. Fucking Christ, dude. Let's go! National Park beef! And soft logs is crazy. Never lacking. That's... Hey, that's cool as fuck. I think I had some of my childhood home. Oh my god, I saved this! I showed it to Pixels yesterday. It was only just a cheese. Stack of cheese. Thinking about cheese. Thinking about cheese. Thinking about cheese. I realized, yeah, it was only just cheese. Base cheese. Thinking about cheese spot. About cheese replacement. That's crazy. It's not about being a weird little bitch. It's about being weird and cool. Mood. 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 PM? Hi, Tyler. How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. How was Minecraft? We love. Oh my God, Lou Tentacles. Welcome on in. You were also playing Minecraft. Welcome on in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raids. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was Minecraft? Did you have fun? We love Minecraft in here. Lou Tentacles, thank you so much for the follow. If you, either of you raiders need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Here at the Milk Club, we take your health first and foremost, and it is the most important. Thank you for the welcome in. Of course, we love welcoming new raiders, new people, old people, everybody on into the Milk Club because we love you guys. But again, if you need rest, please take care of yourself first. Otherwise, feel free to hang out with us as we vibe and watch TikToks that our community sent us. These ones are from Kiwi. Well, Mamamoo, don't forget to puff. Of course! I love sharing. I do edibles, though. So, it would just be like a bowl, and you can just take one. Don't trust me. Trust me. Trust me. What? Bake. Tiny chicken, bake. Store and buy some more. Cars are shaped like dinosaurs. Thank you, of course! I eat 11. Aww. I'm nice for a dog. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. But I hope Minecraft was good. Feel free to tell me about it if you're playing modded or vanilla. Those are the dino dogs I had last time. I had some. Yeah, they're good, aren't they? We played modded with a horror mod. I want to play a horror mod pack. That actually sounds really fun. Playing modded Cave Horror Project Chapter 1. Hell yeah! I should ask Gordy if he wants to do that sometime. Let's go over to one handful. No! It's fun and challenging? That's cool. The boiled one is evil, though. What does the boiled one do? I think so. Something that made me think of you today. That's valid, Delador. Oh, wait, what? Wait, what was it? Oh my god, it said the word autistic. Autistic child. Yeah! That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna head to bed. Have a good night. You're super. Thank you so much, Lou Tentacles. Love your name, by the way, and have a great and wonderful night. If it can make me high and in just that one, I'll get more for you. You just get one though. One's like great. Do you really? Wait, what the fuck? Do you really think I need new tires? What? Oh! It crossed my mind. It wouldn't cross. That's valid. That's valid. But they're doing their thing, you know? Watch me. No! He's just watching a bird! All right. With my medical papers, it would take plenty. I don't wanna. Makes me fun. Yeah. Shall post my post. I'll make my stand. Woo. How it feels? Yeah, it does. I did the call better. I hope my cat never has to wear one of those, I'll be honest. Huh? No, microwave! See, Fern, simple defensive skill. That's crazy. That's crazy. I just can't pull myself. Oh, he kicked him in the face. That's crazy, bro. The frame guy was either. That's valid. All right, I'm gonna take a little break. I hope to see you later. No problem. Have a great night, Tyler. Again, thank you for the raid. If I'm not here later tonight, then you'll see me tomorrow. I am streaming tomorrow from 2 to 5 p.m. PST for a little bit before D&D. The crazy part is the fun guy won the match because the other guy fouled. That's crazy. That's crazy. Last time I actually got high, I actually stopped by the park and told my friends, don't you guys hear that the crickets are talking? You mean the crickets? What are the crickets? Do I look like them, chat? Do I look like them, chat? Do we look similar? Hey, hey, hey. Hey. That was great. Oh my god! I want to talk about this. I'm gonna talk about this on fucking on Vibe and Shine next week because I love this. KDC house. House big, house nice. Okay, but I said crookeds from what? That's amazing. Yeah. Tell me house. Okay, one house. Aww. Before I go this video series like this, but with gorillas, that's crazy. Thank you, Chick House. Meow. What? So I started having a conversation until I passed out. Hi, that's crazy. Sunday? Oh, what the fuck, rude? That's crazy. That's true. Actually, that would fucking do rhyme. Like I'm a cute. Aww, that's so cute. Oh, 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 oh. It's a snake! Yippee! Aww. At times I even said chirp, chirp, chirp. Oh my god, they are nuts. That's crazy. At least, you know, it was a full ass conference. Oh, that. Eat it. Ha, dude, I showed this to Pixar. I love this TikTok. I'm sorry. And he fucking falls. And he's like so fucking shook. It's fucking crazy. I feel so bad for he was so shook by that. No, it's not that valid. The only crazy inebriated story I have was I once chugged a rum and coke and ran around Munich until I almost got hit by a firework. I did not. That's crazy! What the fuck? Wow, you have traveled the world, haven't you, Vexed? They made fun of me laughing, so I called them nuts. I mean, this is how it be. Dude, I don't get this video. How does this video work? Person. There's many things I wish I didn't do. God. Did their hair color change slightly? No, they didn't. I'm just crazy. Oh, yeah. It's reversed. That's what I thought. Yeah, there's already a petition being made to have it's a specialty for baking bread. Oh, that makes way more sense. Also, there's already like a petition to change this back. That was on Twitter. I think I retweeted it. I don't remember, but there is a petition to change them back. But yeah, they changed art, broadcasting, makeup. Yep. I'm gonna be honest, really feel like you could have found better quality images. I'm just gonna be honest here. I mean, I don't think it looks terrible. It does mimic a lot of modern beauty advertisements. So, oh yeah, they definitely. I feel like it's weird. Can't you reverse treadmill though? It looks corporate. It does. Yeah, this one definitely felt AI to me because there was things that didn't just like line up and stuff. So you should have just done a contest for it. 100% AI. Yeah, I agree. I fucking love this crash out, dude. This is like my favorite crash out on the internet right now. wrong time. It's a good day to say goodbye. Bad to you, you were good to me. I love the dog at the end. I was trying to get a video of this tiger when a donkey with an awesome style wanted to be. Donkey! Donkey! He's like, hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, bruh? He's so cute. I love him. I want to kiss him on the snoot. Gorilla. Monkey. He's thinking. Damn, we for real stuck. Aww. Aww. He slid. He's like, what's up? Look at my ass. Oh, he looks like a little bald man. Ew. When he says hi and wave to a gorilla and he does this to you. Oh, God. What did this do yesterday? See the gorilla walk like this? He was ready to go home for the day? No, the otters. Monkeys are silly. No, bro, you gotta run. That's crazy. That's not, yeah, that's his jacket now. He's so cute. Okay, bye. Bye, monkey. He pushed him. Spam up. That's crazy. I love that though. The fucking is this gay porn is the second comment. The I love spam. Stop. Stop. I have this shit favorited. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want one. All I heard was, haha, not only did I call them crickets, but she is having a conversation with them like they can talk, as if this is bug life. So I told them, the crickets, they smoked most of the weed, so if they are nuts, if they are the nuts one and they can't, they think you can't. I mean, at least you became Snow White. You cast animals talking. You can casted and speak with animals. There we go. You know. The former employees at Pizza Hut don't fucking eat there. It's gross. Valid. Wait, what the fuck? Hi, Buffy. Why not? Hobby cookie, I know, right? Where's the knife? What? Where are the pieces that do the things? Look up hobby biking. What the fuck is hobby biking? Is it like hobby horsing? I know hobby horsing. That's crazy. Dude, I love it. It's just split in half. I was asleep. I fell asleep with y'all open on the tablet. Hey, I'm glad we were comfy cozy. And so maybe it's best I don't get high because next I'll be talking to 12 doors. Hey, man. Be Snow White. It was fun, to be honest. It does. That hurt. That hurt me. Pizza! Pizza! Oh, fuck. I love the babies. I love the babies! Pizza. Oh my god, he dropped a binky. I love babies. I do have a THC baby special candy. It's valid. He's so anxious. Oh, he dived. Oh, have you seen the Bee-Wees, baby? I don't think I have. If you want to send it to me again, though. When you have your first hit. Oh. He's like, Gib. You just send it to me. I love babies, bro. They're so cute. BRB, I'm gonna get them. Have fun. I love babies, bro. Ew. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's scary. Yes! 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 Dude, I keep getting these. I keep getting these on my For You page, and they make me so fucking happy. Yes! Yes, bro. Yes. On my teeth. She's a crafter, and she ain't got no need. She had diamonds from her parents in the Chesapeake Wackies. Boots were always glued to her feet. Tongue is on some others' girl's weed. White friend who says he's gonna beef. I'm a vegetarian and I ain't fucking scared of him. Dude, I love Minecraft. She forgot wind. I just get the 808s throwing plates off at walls. Oh my god. I do thank you for noticing. Hell yeah, Vexed. I had to share this. I'm just saying, Kiwi. That's how it gotta be. Queen. Fanboy Hooters? They're not wrong. Hooters is going out of style. If they just did Fanboy Hooters, it would work. That's valid. That's fucking valid, though. Kim Kim. Thank you, Gary. Yeah, cows are fucking great, dude. He's pulling his cock out. Aww. Oh. That's crazy. They're so cute. I too want a baby cow. Aww. True. Cows. True. Hee hee. I love cows. Ooh. I love this guy. Yeah, he's cool. Ah. That's cool. I like it. Hell yeah, brother. That's so cute. I wish I could see the baby that said it. That's so cute. Banana bread at work. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Alright, that was fucking poggin', guys. That was some epic. Wait, I wanted the Beewees baby. Was I sent the Beewees baby? Okay, wait. Okay. Okay, wait. Bobby says Beaver's dead. Wait, was it the Beewees baby? Beewee! Beewee! Because of a VTuber, a VTuber, bro, I fucking say strawberries. When I see strawberries, I call them strawberries. Okay, wait. Oh my god, I saw this one. I want this. Okay, wait. We'll watch a little bit more. I can love you, berries. I love berries too. Lava. Chicken. Ruck. I saw this. I showed this to Pixels because my cat plays upside down like this sometimes. I love how stuck he is. Ruck. Yes, I did know that. Yeah, I think a lot of VTubers have done this. Wait, hold on. Okay. Just look at the mood. That's crazy. That's crazy. Rude. I'm afraid because because Kiwi sent me one of these in our DMs, and it was one that I definitely could show on stream. Okay, it's fine. Huh. Okay, yeah, baguette. Yep, I trusted it. That's crazy. Sure for that one, I laughed so hard. I am afraid. Aww. That dog in that basketball court now. Ha! Woo! So during lunch, it stopped breathing. Okay. Ooh, I'm ready. That's not fair. That's just not fair. I was joking about furry fit Buffy, a man is dead. Is he a man of piss taste? This is loud. Was that how I looked at the doctor? Rude. This is Layers of Fear! This is Layers of Fear! I know this game! I'm pretty sure, right? It's Layers of Fear. I knew it. I knew it. I've played this game like twice. I fucking love that game. I want this one. That one, I want it with its mouth closed. I want it with its mouth closed. I want it with its mouth closed. They have a second Layers of Fear. Actually, they remade the game, and I do want to play it this year. I gotta save up, but yeah. God, what have you done? The real ones will know the story about that one. Is there gonna be another one? Why another one? Oh, we saw the bread. Damn right. Damn fucking right. Alright. Yes, I will choose sleep over you every single time. In sleep, I don't have to pay bills. In sleep, I don't have to do shit but dream, brother. Hell yeah. Yerp! Honk shoe, brother. Honk shoe. Welcome back, Megan. You got back just in time for the end of stream. So we will play our closing out song. I had to make the last one because it is cute. Who is streaming right now? Who is streaming? Dream about playing Cult of the Lamb. Why do you want me to dream about playing Cult of the Lamb? What? Ooh, what? Thank you, of course. Who are we raiding? We're gonna raid Roshan. Never mind. I need to refresh my stream. Some crazy ass streams this last week. Well, you should DM me about them. Tell me about them. Who am I raiding? Who am I raiding? Who is online? I mean, Mashy's playing Don't Starve. We'll just go do them. Go do Mashy. Mashy's hanging out with Sugar Baby. Can I remember my? Go for it. Go for it. You got a goblin for me? Send me a goblin. We'll do the thing where we like lurk in their chat and then we follow them and they thank us for their follow, and then a few seconds later we hold on. Snoozlin? Okay, you got it. I'm just following Spatula because I love them. Snoozlin. I know someone, if you need a recommendation, feel free to put it in the Discord in the board chat. And we could try to do them next time. But right now we are going to do Snoozlin. Snoozlin. Hold on, I'm in an ad. I am in a ad. Just in my... Oh, I can do this ahead of time. If you guys want a raid message, here's a raid message. You don't have to use it, but I appreciate it if you did, because I know where you came from. Oh, they're doing art. I like it. I like it. Okay, what are they doing? I'm gonna follow. Are they BRBing? Are they BRBing? That's the Pikmin noise. Are they bourbon? Are they bourbon? I don't know where they are. Are they bourbon? They be right back in? I think we gotta wait. I don't know if they're BRBing or not. I will wait. I guess we'll wait. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I probably should do an outro because, you know. But I love you guys so much. Thank you guys for an amazing time. Am I in the Discord? Because I lost my nerves, so I've lost a lot. I don't know. Ours isn't like a Nitro specific thing. What is your Discord name? Yeah, we don't have any Discord specifics, so, but it looks like, but feel free to DM me or join the Discord. The Discord is this Discord. Feel free to join it if you'd like. We're not Nitro specific or anything like that. I don't know if that is a thing, but yeah. But okay, we're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid. Remember, this is the raid message. Use it so they know where you came from. Alright, raid Snoozlin. I didn't copy and paste it. I didn't copy it. Oh, I fucked up. Alright. There you go. Alright. Oh, Bubblegram at the end. Hell yeah. Alright. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back here same time, 2 p.m. PST tomorrow. We're going to be... Sorry, I'm yelling. I'm sorry, I'm yelling. I'm just really excited. We are going to be working on salute emotes tomorrow before D&D to thank you guys for your amazing support today. And getting us to over $200, right? Yeah, we got to over $200. Oh my god, thank you, Cheerful. Oh my god, the Cheerful one didn't go off. But thank you, Cheerful. Thank you so much for stream. And thank you so much for hanging out with me. It means a fuck ton. I love you guys so much. I will see you guys tomorrow for the salute emotes. GG Cult Leader, GG. We will be playing it again though at some point because I want to get the sex tent. So yeah, have fun over there. I love you so much. Yeah, I'll have to wait because I need nitro. You do? Weird. Okay, that's weird. I don't think I have a setting on for that, but anywho. Oh wait, they're being right back again. Oh gosh, they're being right back again. Okay, well, I guess I'll just let it run out and just